All right. So, Ryan Cohen tweeted, which is awesome. And as I was looking at his tweets, I realized that a lot of them are actually talk about the importance of economics and economic policy. And so, made a I want to start a discussion. So if anyone wants to join me, that'd be awesome. I'm going to share my screen. Okay. What's up, guys, gals? That's interesting, Lou. That'd be cool. I'd be down for it. So, the most important thing to remember is that inflation is not an act of God, that inflation is not a catastrophe of the elements or disease that comes like the plague. Inflation is a policy. Ludwig von Mises, I think. So, as I started going through his other tweets, it's something I've been kind of thinking about. Like when I've done a little bit of business, and the idea of starting a business. I had a vending machine business. Before that, I had a photography business, and let's see, have I done a few other types of things. And I've always been kind of an entrepreneur. But when I go around, I always see different companies, and I try to like imagine how they're actually making money. And this picture right here on the right just really kind of exemplifies how I'm not sure how businesses really run. And the more I'm learning about the market, it seems like they actually just they don't run on their own. They run because they're stimulated by the government or whoever. That there's money coming in that makes up for all the inefficiencies and all the bloat that's there. So it's also, one thing that's really frustrating to me is that not that all these different people, sitting around here are not doing any work, right? There's probably HR managers that work hard. There's probably marketing managers that work hard, and everyone else, right? But I think that there's the discrepancy on how much the person doing more of the physical work or the heavy lifting gets paid versus the person who's not. Just that discrepancy just seems to keep getting wider and wider. And I think at some point, an economy can't really sustain on people not actually producing anything at the end of the day. And that these invisible goods just suddenly will not have value, and other countries that aren't living in la la land as far as actually producing products, well, they're going to beat us. So it seems that a lot of people would rather have an excuse than results. And I think that as a people, we kind of have been taught to accept that, that as long as we have someone to point at and blame, we're fine. We're fine not getting what we were promised, right? That I think the meme on the left kind of exemplifies that. Give me liberty or give me death, unless there's a virus with a 99% recovery rate, in which case strip me of my freedoms, my job, my constitutional rights, and put me under house arrest. So, yeah, like I think that the the people pulling the strings, the people in positions of power, they kind of rotate through excuses that don't really matter, but they matter long enough, or at least it takes long enough to kind of debunk them, especially with, the news or whoever else, making it seem more important, that by the time we realize there's a problem or it wasn't a real excuse, they've already gotten away with it, right? A good example would be, the jobs report, right? Like it seems like each job report that comes out, they're revising all the old jobs reports. It's like, wait, did you guys actually create jobs or no? Like, how are you actually measuring this? So, and that's going to be, part of the discussion. So actually, I'm going to put a link to in the chat if anyone wants to join at any time. So, but as much as it seems like you can sum it up and just work hard or please leave, where should they go? Where do you put people that don't want to work hard? Like that's kind of an important question, I think, and it takes everyone discussing it together to figure out how to, like, what should be done, right? All right. So when I look back, like I said, there was quite a few economic policy, which, I mean, to be honest, has been quite frightening to watch how it's been playing out, and the fact that it's like kind of a wild west of policy. Like it's like, oh, we'll just do this, and who cares? So I mean, I've been scared for a lot of reasons of what the federal bank's been doing, what the government's doing. So actually, we have Wally Buck here, so I'm going to bring him in. What's up, man?
Hey, Michael, thanks for having me here. I appreciate it.
Hey, no problem.
Yeah, it's good to see you.
Good to see you. I'm not sure if your volume's low or my volume's low. Hold on, let me check. And
Is this better?
I think it actually might be me. System output is still going to. Oh, why is it not going to my headphones? Hold on one second. I think it was me. You still there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, wow, much better. Okay, sweet. Okay, so yeah, I was just going through some of these tweets. I was going to read these ones. Like I found once you kind of put them all together, it's been referencing kind of a similar question, and I think it comes down to well, one, like Ross Brown was talking about, when you have like the fact that inflation's here, it's kind of a byproduct of how money, our economic policy as a country, and the fact that we have a central bank controlling it, and since they have to control it, we have to pay them in order to do their job, and so that means every transaction has to kind of, because their job isn't adding any value to the country necessarily, it's just has to come from somewhere, and so that value is just kind of lost. So it's like if I'm trading with you, we have to bring in a third party. Well, they're not doing anything helping. They're not doing helping my job or your job. They're just like helping facilitate the transaction between us, and so that middle person takes a cut of it. And I think you can see the level of inflation is how big of a cut is that third party taking, and is there another option besides that? So, like here, right? It says this is back in May. The Fed may have to choose between fighting inflation or bank contagion, and I think that that's like another problem. Is like, I think they know what they're doing, and all they want to do is give an excuse. It's like, oh, we created this bank contagion. Now it gives us, like, we have to print more money so that, like, everything doesn't come crashing down. And so it's like any deception artist, they distract you with one hand, and then use the other. Corporate America is a wolf in liberals' clothing. They'll distract you with some kind of social dilemma and then come in with the economic, they monetize it somehow and or slip in a monetary policy where they're taking money. America is littered with managers making millions in risk-free compensation. So, I just got off the phone with what was once a great American brand, lots of problems, no accountability for high-paid execs, and little interest in my help at no cost. This could get interesting. So another problem is like the high-paid consulting people, and so it's kind of interest here. Why would he, he's offering his help at no cost, right? That's kind of an interesting thing because do we need to be governed? Like, will we do things good out of our own will, or do we need to be governed? So I think we kind of got caught up, like, well, at least a lot of us did, in like, does this mean Bed Bath and Beyond, or does this mean Nordstrom's, or what does this mean? And really, like, we kind of also missed just the fact that it's in all of our best interests that the infrastructure of our economy, the businesses and the banking system, that we like invest in it. Like, even if we did it at no cost, it would still benefit everyone, including ourselves. And so maybe we should participate more in that. So,
Real quick, Michael, didn't what interesting things happened on or after April 10th as it relates to Bed Bath and Beyond? Wasn't that just before the bankruptcy, or was the bankruptcy, did that process start in early May, early to mid May?
uh, might have been mid-May. I'm not actually sure.
Oh, okay.
But I mean, it was kind of, I mean, everyone knew that Bed Bath and Beyond was going down ever since Mark Triton did the share buybacks. So, I mean, that's like, 2 years or so, like that. That they knew the company was going to go down. I mean, they thought it was going to go down before he even did the share buyback. So it's like, doesn't really make any sense why they would do it.
Yeah, I just Googled the eToro Sue Gov interview. It looks like that happened like April 14th, right around then. So it's kind of interesting.
Yeah. Why do you find that interesting?
Well, just with the date of Ryan Cohen talking about just getting off of the phone with who was once a great American brand, going on with a sentence and to conclude with this could get interesting. And then there's the Suga v. Toro interview, which is just an incredibly, it's either a bullish or disingenuous act that she performed in giving that interview, right? Because it sort of gave across the sentiment of like, oh, haha, this is, everything's under control. I don't know anything about a merger. We'll be okay. And then a week later, uh, you know, I do remember it being about a week after that interview that the Chapter 11 process started. So, kind of interesting timing. Don't need to dwell on it, but I had never thought of this tweet from Ryan Cohen in the context of uh, the timing with the initiation of the bankruptcy proceedings.
Yeah. But I mean, also, I mean, it was like that interview, as far as me actually getting into Bed Bath and Beyond, that was what motivated me to invest. That was like the main thing. I was like, well, seems like a solid plan. And
I'm
seems
jealous of your
doable.
cost basis, my friend.
Yeah. Also, I guess I think my cost basis on GameStop's gonna be really good because I just bought a lot this week, and
Nice.
yeah. So I mean, I don't want to say I should feel guilty for it, but I mean, I think the timing. I think the bottom is in, and it's cool to potentially be into the bottom. But I think also just the idea of that interview also, like, who can we really trust, right? Like, that kind of will, the main topic is going to be like a centralization versus decentralization, and how do you get the best of both worlds, and balance those, because normally things will go to one or the other extreme. And so, like, in a decentralized sense, it's like trust no one, you know, trust the code that you can see, right? Like you can, yeah. But like I trusted, Sue Gov, that she wasn't just lying to me, just like, the CEO of Bear Stearns or whatever, like right before it went down. Like it's like literally crashing. He knows it's crashing. He's like, yeah, it's solid. Yeah, just buy more. And it's like, you know, so who really can you trust? Because if you can only trust yourself, you can only build so much. But it, the bigger a team you have, the harder it is to keep that team together. So
Agreed.
let's see. So he said, if we print a few trillion more, it should bring inflation down, tax the rich, wealth tax, which is, I mean, it's an interesting. I mean, that was going to make me think a lot more as far as. I don't know if he mean well. I think, one thing that Houston Wade said, I caught some of his show recently, and he's like, after MOAS, he's like, pay your taxes. He's like, it's not worth going to jail. If you make a lot of money, just, don't try to just not pay it. And I think that there's kind of, a lot of resistance to taxes just because we see where the money goes and it's just horrible. Like, it's just so wasteful. And so I kind of like when I think it was, oh man, I can't remember who it was. It wasn't Protocol Gemini, but it was someone else in the crypto space that I like. And they, it just made me think. They ask a question. Are they like, why is Web3 the future? And I was like, well, because, you know, like I think about it actually in a sense of like if you were paying taxes and it was like blockchain, then you could there could be different categories of things and you could vote for what you want instead of just like a majority takes all, like the 51% or whoever showed up to vote like gets to choose what's done with everyone's money. That instead, there could be some things it's like, hey, do you want a road here or sewage there? And you could just vote with your tax money to go to whatever it is that you want to do, and there could be blockchain transparency to see where that money goes. And then it would kind of, then everyone could see whether there was like corruption, in the construction companies with they could know really like at depth what like who they can trust, because it's like, hey, I have a history of I did all these things and you guys watched the money move around and you saw the job get done. That'd be amazing. And maybe not everyone would put time into it, but I think enough people would.
And kind of at a higher level, just like the potential for governance structures on blockchain, yes, the potential to just have to individually vote with a portion of your, like, let's say there's a sales tax transaction, you're paying $12 or something, 5% of it goes to taxes. Like, where do you want that 60 cents to go to? There's the potential for that, but kind of at a higher level, there's some really what blockchain governance structures, decentralized autonomous organizations, DAOs, allow for, and the sort of the logical conclusion of their potential is to fully replace the need for human governing structures. It's just programmed democratic, republican, whatever type of governance structure you want to code into its behavior. And I mean, it's you could even espouse or assign, like if you were to be voting with your dollars, there's some really interesting things that could be done with having generative or general intelligence, like AI represented within an NFT. And that, like, the if your ideals closely align with a certain set of core tenants, those tenants could be represented within an NFT. And like you have competitive AIs with competitive ideas for how things could be or should be managed, and they can transact with each other. There's a really interesting project I was looking into some years ago, slipping my mind right now, but it'll come back. But they work closely with Cardano, Ethereum, and basically what it facilitates is an infrastructure that allows for AIs to trade with each other, or not so much trade, but just interact with each other and do so commercially. It's pretty bonkers when you if you think about that in terms of like AI, like AIs that have a certain set of ideals that can be containerized within a token that is non-fungible, and that is like an immutable, uncorruptible, digital, always on, never sleeps representation of the values that you believe in, and you could potentially just fund your ideals and know that you have this ethereal entity that's out there always advocating for them in a way that a mayor, a governor, a president never could.
That kind of makes takes a different thought I had to a different level. Imagine AI being able to fill
Oh, do we lose Michael? Let let us know in
the
the.
same
Oh, there
way.
you are. Great. Lost you there
Oh,
for a second.
yeah. So sometimes it's really hard to figure out whether or not a lot of people really feel the same way, right? Like when they cover the news, they'll just like do a really close in shot so it looks like a huge crowd, but like literally there's like 30 people there, and they're trying to make it seem like millions of people believe a certain way. And so if it was all in the blockchain, you could have like kind of like a life philosophy written down, and you could even like ask like the AI, like, hey, what percentage of people would probably agree with this, or this? You could almost kind of guess the policy, because it's not like you'd have to keep that secret. I mean, like people are always out there saying what they believe, but it usually falls on deaf ears. But if you could really like, figure out a way to optimize it, or even just like you could also just see that people could go to similar places instead of it being really generic. Like if I tell someone like, oh, I'm living in California, they think certain things about me. It's like probably wrong. Like, California is a big place, and the reason why a person lives in a certain place, like usually doesn't have to do with necessarily the culture, because there's so many other factors that kind of weigh in. But like if you did have it be a blockchain type thing where you could figure out where are like-minded people, right? Like, do you want people, and having things line up, right? Like, some people, we've seen the history, people have gotten rid of alcohol, you know, it's okay. Well, how do people feel about that? Because like if a whole city is like, no, we want everything, we want like literally rivers of rum going down the road, like that's just what we want. Well, then like the whole community can invest in things like the bar, and some kind of transportation home, like so people don't have to drunk drive, right? Or different things like that, where if everyone kind of likes the same things, then the system can adapt to them, rather than try to force everyone into this cookie cutter thing that doesn't actually fit anyone. So I
Yeah,
mean, it's like,
a lot of possibilities. Just it's exciting to think about what it could manifest itself into. That's for sure.
yeah. And thanks, chat, everyone. I like seeing a lot of, I almost said friendly faces, but just people I know and care about. So thanks for coming. So politics is the general art of getting votes from the poor and campaign funds from the rich by promising to protect each from the other. Man, that I don't know why I missed that, but that is
What a
pretty.
great quote.
Yeah, no, that sums up a lot. The hell with the left and the right. Stop dividing people. So who is that to, right? Like who is it that's dividing the so-called left and the so-called right? That kind of like, I don't know, from his perspective, it's kind of interesting to like, because that's not direct. I don't know if that's directed towards me or
You know what I think it
or
is? My tinfoil on this is because part of the sentiment in the community is the the ideal of being your own bank, which is something we may talk about a little bit later. But
Yeah.
just that as an ideal, instead of having to deposit your capital into a regional bank, a national bank, whatever, and trust that what they're doing is for your benefit, when history has proven time and time again that it's not. But what I think this is really, I don't know if he's necessarily addressing this, but the way I interpret this, like the people that message really should be sent to, it is it's these centralized custodians, it's the central bankers at the top of the world, because they have, they're behind the wars, they fund both sides of them. It's something called controlled opposition, where if you're at the tippy top of the pyramid, and you know if you're at the top and you're a single entity, you start the pyramid by going down in 2 points. And if you are in full control of each of those points, you don't necessarily care who wins or who doesn't, so long as everybody that's below them is fully bought into the idea that their voice matters, because they were able to choose heads or tails. And everybody's looking side by side as at the people next to each other, all their peers being the source of all of their issues. And so as that decision concludes, the conflict ends, either heads or tails wins, and the masses are kind of placated and just live with the outcome of that result and prepare for the next battle, while simultaneously at the top of the structure, structurally it's designed to, like, that's a power system that is designed to perpetuate its own power by literally dividing people into oppositional groups and just being in control of the leaders of each of those groups. And I think that is the system that we're up against here.
Yeah.
And it's a tough battle, because it's been around for hundreds, thousands of years.
Yeah. We actually have Primal and Rolf. I'm really excited for both of them to come in. So, hey, what's up, guys? Man, we
Hey
got
guys.
quite the
What's
team
up,
going
boys?
on.
What's up?
So, what you guys have any thoughts coming in here or right now? Or
Personally, I'm just hanging out, trying to learn more about the blockchain. Like I'm kind of a novice in it, so it's just like I'm learning. And if I have a few moments to chime in on anything I know, I'm gonna try. But I'm just here supporting.
sweet, thanks, man.
Awesome.
Ye- Yeah, I'm also here for supporting, and also because I feel the same thing, that these tweets Ryan Cohen put out has a way deeper meaning than just Beth, Bath and Beyond or GameStop. It's about the thing about dividing the people. When I translate it in my head, it's about um, how you can control a narrative. If you divide people out, then suddenly it's not about you taking the money from the poor people with inflation or under the all these bad things that happens with your politician that gets so rich about investing in the stock market because they have inside knowledge. So instead of talking about this, they talk about stuff that are non-important. It could be something with gender, something that gets ruffle the feathers. So people will discuss this and rage about it, instead of looking about the corruption that is in government and is in companies. That's what I think, and that's also why I think 741, is to say follow the rabbit in the
Yeah.
matrix. And I think that's where it's hinting. It's trying to make people wake up and see the ones you have elected in office have not your interest at heart. That's what I decipher.
And someone, Zach D, said he's tired of conspiracy stuff, but I think that this isn't necessarily conspiracy stuff. Like this is, if I think that we've kind of been not, I want to say bred to be mindless consumers, but we just look at like an infant pounding on the table, wanting them to be spoon fed things, and I think that we have to build our own future, you know and that means like taking on a certain amount of chaos in our lives, and so I think that if we really that we have to, like, what does that look like? Well, it looks like us getting together and at least first talking about what do we want to build, because either you just accept what gets handed to you, but then who's handing us what and why, right? Like, shouldn't we ask that? Like, at some point, even very early, a baby tries to exercise their own control over what's being shoved into their mouth, right? They're like, they close their lips. I don't want that, or I don't want that right now. And so I think that, society as a whole, we kind of, do we really like what we've been eating, right? Like we've had things shoved down our throat, and, if we want it to change, if we want to have any control over that, we probably need to start at least discussing it.
And I think it also is important to discuss is how much merit would you give your government to control your health with like they put out laws now. They put out laws maybe in America as well with menthol cigarettes should be banned. Again, that's not important, and they have something with a lot of other stuff they implement, like medicine, for instance, where that's very unhealthy, where your doctor prescribes it. So they have this narrative that they want to make you healthy in some products, but they don't give a shit about making you unhealthy in other products. And maybe people should think for themselves what they deem good for their health instead of relying on a government entity to tell them what's legal and what is not.
Yeah, I mean, there's just so many conflicts of interest baked into the corrupt system, right? I mean, my favorite symbol or artifact of just corruption and irony is in the United States there's heavy subsidies for corn production. Like, just commodity corn is just heavily subsidized, paid for by the government, and a lot of that corn is just because we produce so damn much of it. A lot of it turns into high fructose corn syrup, which is then made available to companies like Coca-Cola. It's in everything on the grocery store shelves here, and it is like hands down the cause of results in this diabetes epidemic and obesity, because it's just really high density with calories. Our bodies don't know how to digest it, and we all just get fat, and we're the fattest country in the world. And that results in there being lots of health bills and like health insurance costs and just an unhealthy populace. And our government is literally subsidizing the root cause of a sick population, which is less productive, and it's just good for nobody.
And that kind of like, so who's supposed to plan out how to avoid those things, right? Because, just like, I can have an idea, maybe no one cares, right? Like, so how, even if someone had the solution, how would they implement it, right? And so that's the thing is that in a decentralized place, like you don't have as much ability to actually carry things out. And so, like, I mean, yes, you could do voting and whatnot, but like, no, like how? Well, I guess we'll get to that in a second. But yeah, there is like kind of this balance because like, should there be someone like whose responsibility is to see the problem and do something about it, right? Are we all capable of doing it ourselves? If we all just decided to stop buying that crap, they wouldn't sell it because they couldn't sell it, right? So it still exists because obviously we're not capable as individuals of making that choice. But also it doesn't exist because our leaders aren't capable of what they're supposed to be doing either. So we're kind of in a, who should actually rule if both of them are kind of proving to be incapable.
I think
I mean,
also.
go ahead, go
Sorry,
ahead.
mate.
I
Oh,
personally think it all comes back to the money, like going back to what Wally Buck said about the diabetes or the high fructose corn syrup. I mean, all the money's interconnected. It's like who is really calling the shots? Like, with the whole opioid crisis and this and that, like, the pharmaceutical space is making so much money. And then who is funding the pharmaceutical space? It's just like it's like a chain, but who is really calling the shots? Like, that's the real question. And then once, like, but how do you figure that out? The only way to figure that out is have some sort of wealth and power to be able to ask those questions, to be able to have access to those people. But how are we as normal people gonna do that? And what you guys are talking about, the blockchain, and I'm learning about it just listening to you guys. I mean, it makes sense, but I mean, the real question is the wealth, who controls the wealth, who controls the power, who controls the knowledge. I mean, they're the ones that are able to, direct us in the way, herd us as sheep, and the truth is the truth on how they want us to live their lives, our lives, but the way they dictate our lives should be lived.
Yeah.
And I also think, because you have the diet that you have, we also have an unhealthy diet here in Europe, but you are a bit more ahead. And I think about it is in the 70s, there was a big study. People were getting obese in America, so they made this study, and it was sponsored by the sugar industry. And
Mm-hmm.
so they found, like, with the paid researcher, they can come up to the conclusion they would like. So they came out that it's not sugar that is the sinner and does this all bad. It's not processed food. It's not sugar. It's fat. It's animal fat and other sorts of fat. And then my parents still do this. When they get a good steak, they carve the fat out, which is like the most healthy thing on that steak, because that's what your brain needs. And they made this study,
100%.
and now it's been debunked. Everyone knows, like everyone that knows anything about health knows fat is the best thing you can get when it's from an animal. But they haven't corrected it in the people's mind. People will, buy a sugary, not a Coca-Cola, but that doesn't have fat, but a sugary chocolate milk, and they would buy it because it says low fat still, and
It's
crazy
crazy.
for me.
It's a
Yeah.
huge psyop.
Yeah,
And
Those
but
overpaid
with,
consultants, man, earning their money.
it's crazy. And the thing is, it goes kind of like in a circle, because if you get a good consumer in sugary and processed foods, someone is making money, and then you also higher your chances of being a good consumer for the pharma industry, because then you have health issues because of your diet that makes you want to take the pills they are selling. So it just adds up. You become
and
a better
so
consumer.
one thing I read to another slide is like who's in charge of doing the research, right? It's like for me when you say that, like I've heard people, someone close to me was like, oh, I'm going to do the Mediterranean diet, because people in Europe are, a lot healthier or whatever, and I was like, well, they also I think smoke a lot more. So if like you're not hungry because you've been smoking a lot, is that
Yeah.
really like mean that the diet's better, or does it just mean, this
Oh,
goes well with cigarettes? This kind of
this
food
in
goes
my
well with cigarettes.
I understand your point, but we still live longer, even though we smoke more and drink more. Um, but there is another thing in it, because I would rather smoke than eat sugary drinks several
Yep.
times a day, because it does something to your brain. Alzheimer's. You don't get Alzheimer's from smoking. You get a lot of other unhealthy things with smoking, but it doesn't decline your brain power.
So I mean, but for me, the question is like, why are we all so stressed out that we're either coping with food or other substances, right? Like, why aren't we we're capable of being happy? I mean, like, think about like if anyone's ever had a dog, like dogs are just always happy, right? And like, what is it about them? How are they enjoying life so much more than us?
I think it's because of productivity. We have to be so we can live in the very expensive houses and accommodation that we can find. So everything gets more expensive. It means that you are no longer have the opportunity to work for enjoyment. You have to work because you need to survive, and then
I
people
think a
get
lot of
stressed. And
people work for identity though, and I think that that's the one thing that stresses us out is we're trying to maintain this facade. We want to feel worthy of love, and we're like everyone has their insecurity of like I'm only worthy of love if I work hard enough, make enough money, look good enough, whatever it is, help enough people, anything you can put into an identity, and we just like stress as we try to like make sure that that identity stays alive. And so I think that people can abuse our identity by, if they can figure out what it is that we're trying to identify as, then they can exploit us by holding that identity hostage. And so I think the way to not be stressed is to not worry about what people think they're about you. You know, obviously we want to try to make people like enrich other people's lives, but we can't control what someone thinks or feels, right? We might be able to set boundaries about what they do, but you know, I've seen most of the time when our shoulders get up and we get stressed and all that, it usually has to do with there's someone's thoughts or feelings we're trying to control, and it's just impossible to do.
I agree
Yeah.
with that. I just think like it's so much easier said than done though. Like to be totally comfortable with yourself, you have to like go to a place that, you know, not many people are very comfortable going to within your own soul. And to be able to be comfortable with yourself first, you got to be comfortable with your own soul, and then you got to project that out to the world. And I think it's just so much easier said than done. Like we're just so influenced by everything, and I don't know, like with social media and everything. And I also abuse it. I'm on X and all these type of apps, Reddit, you know what I mean? But at the
But
same
like people
time,
scapegoat social media. Like I think that all these things like they can be abused, right? Like a car can be a weapon or a tool, right? And so can anything. A knife can be a weapon or a tool. Like I think that the question that I have is, are we making progress towards it? Because I think that what we're trying to get towards is an ideal, right? No one's ever going to feel completely secure with themselves, but like, are we moving in the right direction? You know, and that should kind of, I don't know if it necessarily correlates with less stress, I guess you could say, maybe just more passion, more joy, more peace. But yeah, I'm sorry to interrupt you. I just,
no, you're fine. I think we are moving in the right direction, to be totally honest with you. I mean, we're the guinea pigs of this, you know, the whole Y2K, everything, the whole, you know, the internet, everything. We're the guinea pigs, but at the same time, there's going to be ups and downs with it. But as a whole, with this movement, with this BBBYQ movement or butterfly movement or the GME movement, be there without it. So there's going to be ups and downs, but I do think to answer your question, I think we are moving in the right direction. But there's always going to be a fork in the road, and whichever way, you know, whoever choose whichever way a person chooses to go. I think the one thing I truly think we struggle as humans is when we make choices, we always there's always that doubt, like, oh, did I make the right choice? Or when you say, or let's just use an example, when somebody says something about somebody, and then 5 minutes later they'll turn around and be like, oh, I apologize. Then why would you say it in the first place? Like, you know, you should have that thought in your head, be like, huh, if I make this choice, you know, I have to live with the consequences and the accountability of that. And I think that we have lost that as human beings. I think we want to make choices. We get to forks in the road. And when we make choices, and the first type of pushback we get on anything, regardless of what it is, any situational pushback, a lot of people just tend to fold and be like, "Oh, you know what? I didn't mean it like that. I didn't know. If you did, it's okay, dude. You might get a little pushback at the beginning, but you got to keep going on, keep going on, and keep going on. You got to be resilient, and then find out really what that journey's about. Because a little bit of pushback in the beginning could lead to a lot of positive things, you know. But we just became, I just truly believe we just come into a culture of once you get to a fork in the road and you make a decision, the moment you get a little bit of pushback, you just fold and you just say, "Oh, I'm sorry," and just go back to the fork in the road. And nobody makes any decisions on anything. We're just sitting there, you know, not going left or right.
and I think we're kind of, you know, been accustomed to responding to resistance as a negative thing instead of like, oh, that's, I still want to go that direction, you know. I mean, sometimes parents, you know, it's like, well, I just want to feed this baby, and so the baby's resisting. I'm just going to show them that resisting is futile, right? I'm just going to force feed them. You know, teachers do the same thing. You know, I don't know how to. I don't have kids, so I don't know how to raise someone without, you know, forcing things. But I do think, I do think that we can be, you know, that resistance like is a problem, right? And you know, when someone's trying to sell you something, they look for a problem and then try and solve it. So I think that what happens is like society creates, or the people trying to sell us stuff, you know, the people trying to control everything, they create a problem and then give us the solution to it. You know, they make us feel, have an insecurity, and then they try and solve it. It's like, you know, that's like if you look at any ad, it's like, oh, do you want to be like this person and be bad and like unworthy of love? Well, buy our product and then you'll be this, this, and this, right? And you know, it's just kind of, I think, I don't know, it's sad how deep in that we've gotten that we don't even realize like that it's a problem.
Create the problem, sell the solution.
Exactly. So I was, you know, thinking about Ryan Cohen's kind of the implications of like not just economics but an economic policy is, you know, like when Ryan Cohen says like someone tell the government to stop shooting down my balloons. That's actually kind of a very interesting question because like it's someone else's responsibility, right? To tell the government to do something that's his, right? And so that kind of, you know, whose responsibility is it, right? Like, are we the government? I mean, we vote, so are we the government? Like, if his balloons are good balloons, like, are they just his or are they really everyone's? Because I feel like they're my balloons too. I don't know exactly what he's talking about, but I feel like it's my balloon too, right? So like,
I agree
it's
with
kind of a weird balance of like, well, what like where is the line between an individual and a government, and like where like what responsibilities and what, you know, liberties should we have, right? You know, he also said, I think my tweets are being suppressed. Well, I mean, Twitter was a public company, so I guess that would be up to so if he's tweeting it, is he tweeting it to the shareholders of Twitter at that time? Actually, I don't know if that was after Elon Musk took it over. But either way, if it was after Elon Musk took it over, it's like, well, it's a private company, so, you know, it's like, what, like, do we have a right to be heard? Right? Like, we have freedom of speech, but do we have freedom of forcing someone to listen to us?
I think it's a lot about the news that they could put out there. You know, they have the agenda before you even have made out your mind about the situation. They already have it put in the machine to spin the narrative the way that they would like you to think. That's why they don't like to have an open platform like X with their spaces where people can have different topics and discuss and come to their own conclusion and have a civil debate, because that way there's a narrative that cannot be controlled. And so who is the government? I think the government is much further away from the people than people realize, and how to fix it. I hope this can fix it, but it's hard to tell.
I mean, I think it's going to give us the ability to keep moving things forward. But, you know, I mean, it's like how many of us are going to stick our neck out there after this is over? I mean, to be honest, like if this goes as high, even a tenth of as high as I think it's going to go, I mean, I could just live a life. I could kind of just disappear and just enjoy. So why would why would Ryan Cohen stick his neck out when he has, you know, more than I think I'm going to get from my shares already? Like, what incentive does he have to make himself, because he's not just a target of one side, like neither side likes this, right? And
Ryan Cohen is like, he's like a, and this will probably get clipped and misquoted, but he's truly like a cancer within this structure that's designed to really overpower all of us and steal from us. He's this, he's, you know, he's like this I hope that he is anyway, like this unmanageable force for good and accountability, and for, you know, hardworking normal people that, you know, are due some small or great level of empowerment in their lives, because there's just so much, you know, you know, such an effort to put us under heel, especially like in our lifetimes. You know, I'm I'm in my mid 30s and have lived through the dot-com bubble, the 2008 recession, and what we're going through right now. It's like these are all supposed to be like once in a generation type of things, right? And it's just like every 10 years there's some generational calamity, and generations are 20 years. Like
But what
that's how
happened?
they work.
But what's happened since the dot-com bubble? What meaningful change happened? What meaningful change happened in 2008? Like literally nothing. They just got more bold. I mean,
No, well, and
Signature Bank, their
that's my
song
point
was
is
like,
I'm sorry, Mike, go
ever
ahead.
since 2008, Signature Bank, they had like a YouTube video. I don't know if you guys saw it. It was like, ever since 2008, we can be even more bold, was like one of the lines. And it was like, what do you even mean by that?
Yeah, that's crazy. I think the point I was trying to make is that there's just been such an effort to, by these people that are in power, these bankers, consultants, whatever, just just to really downsize and eliminate the middle class, right? And to take away our ability to be autonomous and self-sufficient through, and inflation is a tool that does exactly that. And I guess my hope is that, Ryan Cohen is this, represents a unmanageable, sort of cancerous entity within this larger system. And if it's and the larger system itself is something that needs to be overtaken. So I just hope that that tumor grows.
Yeah, no, me
Yeah,
too. A virus in the
yeah,
Matrix.
yeah.
Exactly.
I think he's admirable, and I also
Yeah.
think Bill Pulte is admirable, because they could live on a tanning bed or and just relax, and their family are good for the rest of their life and spend, do whatever. Uh,
Yeah.
but they choose the path of fire. They walk into a spotlight that is not pleasant, where Bill Pulte, all the things he has to stand up against. Um, but I think it's because first, when they have seen how wrong something are, I think they're the kind of people that cannot just stay seated. They have to get up and make something better.
And that was actually why I got emotional when I was at Pulte's office. Was I was like, he's a fighter and he's going to fight for what's right. Like I was like, that's it just was like overwhelming to know that it's like
Yeah,
he's got firepower and he has the heart to do it. And it's like I'll fight with him. I'll
Yep.
because I feel like I've been fighting for a long time, but I didn't have the resources or anything. And now it's like luckily I have, like, I guess I know why I'm fighting. That's what I've been building over time, and my articulating to myself and to others, I guess, my cause. But to see that there's actually people out there with, like, building the infrastructure to do it, to make it happen, is just amazing.
see, and I also got very emotional when you got emotional at the Yom Kippur PV show, because it was like a revelation, because we've
Yeah.
seen, okay, we have the interest of money, we have interested in BBYQ, we have in GME or whatever, and we have an interest in our own pockets, but we also, for me, I also followed like how wrong the system is and how corrupt everything is, and these tweets was like pointing in this direction of how everything is wrong. And then it just combined at the Yom Kippur show, when I just saw, okay, I'm not just being crazy and seeing patterns that are not there. Yeah, so it was a great show. And
It's interesting that you bring it up as the Yom Kippur show, because that is Yom Kippur is the Day of Atonement, that someone has to take one for the team, and who is that going to be, right? So that's the question, right? Like, is it like, is our leader going to be the one who's going to take it for the team, right? Like, not to like be biblical or anything, right? But there was like, you have, what was his name, Josiah, right? He was a leader, but he would lead by going first into battle, right? And then you have King David, who after a time, he was staying back while other people were going into battle, right? He was sending other people into battle. And so there's kind of that thing is that like a good leader should be the first one into battle. So are we looking out to see what leaders are out there, or what people are trying to be on the front lines of this war? Do we even know the war is going on? Do we know even where the sides are, or who is doing what for which side? And I think that that is something that we should become aware of, and it's kind of scary to think like there's a crazy power struggle going on. But I think when we really look, who are the builders? Who's actually trying to build a better future for everyone? We should support them.
Agree.
Yeah, most definitely. It's just a wild time to think like what you're saying. Like we are at the fork in the road, and it's like everybody's picking sides, and of course we picked our side. We're locked in, and like you said, like Ryan Cohen is that leader, for good, for bad, or for worse. He's who we support, and we're with him fully. And I
Yeah.
think he knows that, and that's what gives him the. I truly believe that's what gives him the strength to face these obstacles like market makers. I'm not gonna use any names because they're much bigger than the person that I am at this moment, but these people, like, and when the head on clash comes, it's coming. When the head on clash comes, we're going to find out so much that maybe we don't want to know. Because once you know things, it's hard to forget them. It's a lot of stuff that we're going to find out that we don't want to know, but how are we going to progress? Like, with AI being pushed onto us for better or for worse, it's going to change our lives completely. The next 25 years, just like when the internet came around, cell phones came around, it changed our lives completely. The trajectory of the world is going to change so dramatically. It's going to be unbelievable. But at least, like what you're saying, is at least we have a leader. We're ahead of the curve. We've chosen a side. What about the people that are just going to work every day, that are not even investing, that are not? They're going to be so far behind, because when AI takes these jobs, how are they going to pivot? So it's for better or for worse. I truly believe we're about to find out, and a lot of people aren't going to want to know what is really happening. Yeah, they're saying it now. Yeah,
Yeah.
I want to know. But when it actually happens and everything hits the fan, dude, it's gonna be hard to forget. Like whether you want to forget it or not. Some people are gonna be like, "Yeah, let's go. I was there." Some people are gonna be like, "Yo, fuck, man, we just completely destroyed the world as we know it. Not destroyed the world, but we completely changed the trajectory of the world as we know it." And it's gonna
Yeah.
be wild.
It
And
is going to be
we
wild.
go ahead.
Oh, no, no, sorry.
No,
I was just agreeing with you.
yo, thank you. It's gonna be wild, and it's gonna be hard to. It's gonna be hard for a lot of people to swallow it. Yeah, it's cool now, but you know what I mean. Like a lot of people can't car uh car car, compartmentalize things. I'm sorry, I stutter at times,
Oh,
but
you're good.
a lot of people can't do that. And it's gonna be really hard for them. But at the same time, how are we gonna get to the next rung if we don't do this?
Yeah.
Because market makers will be back, and they'll find a new loophole even in the blockchain. This is going to be a evolutionary thing. It's just like the space race. There's always going to be two parties. It
I
is
think it's
what it
depend
is,
on
but we've
Primal. I
chosen
think
our
it
side, and let's find out what happens. And I'm strapped in. I'm ready for the ride, and I'm ready for all the wildness.
Primal. I don't think if this blockchain is done right, I don't think there's any need for a market maker, because you can put it into code, and that's what Bitcoin was all about. Um, so I think if it's controlled in the right way, and it's not lobbied the way they want it to function, like with the CBDC, this can be very good if the right people are in the position of the drawing board. But it can be very, very catastrophic bad if the wrong persons draw the drawing board, because then it can be used against you with this technology and create more power to the establishment. Um, but it it has a technology to get out of a market maker.
So on this slide, I have kind of some things that basically aspects of the government, or like what happens in decentralization versus centralization. So that there's a question of like planning. So you could say that like if you're planning something and planning a future, right? You want to build blockchain, whatever it is that you see value in. If you're too small to make a difference, right? That's like on the decentralized side, or if you're too big to fail, right? So they don't have to factor in things because it's like, oh, we can't change the banking system because they're too big to fail. Also, like the question of like allocation. So, how do you allocate things, right? Like, if there's an airdrop or whatever, does it go to people who see it or who don't see it, right? I mean, like, um, so that you could either contend, like might makes right, early bird gets the worm, whoever gets there first doesn't matter. Or it could go to like in a nepotism way, right? Like, oh, well, we'll keep all the assets in the family, or with the friends. And then there's the question of like regulation, right? Like, is it like a totalitarian, kind of regulation where they just control everything? Or is it ineffectual where like no regulation actually happens because who would want to stick their neck out and regulate it for someone else, right? Enforcement, is it like Orwellian sort of enforcement, the room 101, deep in the basement where people are tortured for whatever reason? Or is it just anarchy, like there can't be any enforcement? Like who does the evaluations of things? Like, is it Moody's, right? Like, is Moody's raking your bonds so that you can sell them for a certain price, in a partisan way? Or is it irreconcilable? Wow, I can't even say it. Irreconcilable, to get on the same page of what something's worth. Like, I think this is worth something, you don't, and arbitration. Like, who's going to? Is it just like whoever screams the loudest or gets the most aggressive that wins the case, or is it whoever manipulates the jury? And who does research? Like, is it that when you find something important, do you just keep it as a secret, or is there like a gatekeeper where it's like, one of the most ironic things to me is that, reading academic papers, there's a paywall, right? Like, they all get government grant money to do their research, but then there's a paywall to get to it. So I have to pay $35 or $40 in order to read something that like my tax money went to help support. Like, that's like super ironic and messed up. And so I don't know if you guys have any thoughts of like this difference between, centralized government.
I think Mike froze again.
Yeah, you froze.
Have the bad.
Michael, we lost you for about 15
Oh.
seconds there.
Oh, so like, if I don't know if you guys have any thoughts about like how we can have a government and try not to make it whatever to either side of the bad parts of a too centralized government or a too decentralized government.
Whew.
I think after all this that have happened, then I'm very libertarian. I would like to have a decentralized government, because all the things they've done and how I think it takes. You get taxed on everything. You can tax when you get paid. You can tax when you use money. You can tax every transaction there are with money. You get taxed, and you could even get taxed by inflation if it's just in your bank account. So you don't have it's not even worthy to hold your money because it gets inflated. So
But what if someone comes in and steals your money at gunpoint, right? So if you were in a decentralized where there wasn't a central system that had like a law enforcement, then someone could just come and steal all your money or kill you.
Yeah.
And so it's like, where do you balance that,
yeah, it's a tough one, but I think right now it's definitely for me towards decentralization. I'm not saying you shouldn't be taxed at all. It's nice to have a law enforcement. It's nice to have some healthcare, and a lot of good things are good that are coming from tax, but it could be done way more efficiently.
I think that's the
I think
problem is the baked in there's in the way that things work today, there's baked in inefficiencies that are exploited by corrupt people to pursue their own personal interests at our expense. And I'm no social studies, subject matter expert or anything like that, but human interest and human nature is it's something I think we all understand pretty well. And just naturally, like there are things that are right and there are things that are wrong, and some things are a little bit more complicated than that. There's some nuance in life as well, but I think the biggest problem we're dealing with is exploitation of inefficiency by corrupt people in pursuit of their own self-interest at our expense, and that's what needs to be fixed. And Mala in the chat calls out Charles Hoskinson, the Cardano founder. I don't know if you guys know who he is or have listened to him speak, but that man, he's a brilliant humanitarian and technologist. I was in one of his spaces the other day. I haven't followed him very closely in a number of years, but he's just a very inspiring person to listen to and learn from.
To go back to what Mike was saying, like I do agree with that. Like I think there has to be a mix of both, because like we can just use FTX as an example. Like when it's the wild wild west, like you can do whatever you want, and there's no consequences until like somebody rats you out. But would have anybody known what was happening until who was it, that the Binance CEO pulled the plug on FTX's whole charade? And was that right? All those people got screwed over. Yeah, they'll be made full, but they won't have access to that money in this short period of time. Like, what happens if somebody really needs it? So it's, blockchain is, I think it's good. Like as much as I know about it, I'm not no subject matter expert either. But at the same time, you still need rules and regulations. Like it, if it's the wild, wild west, you're starting to see it out here. People are just starting to do whatever they want, even just simply driving. People kind of don't even follow the rules anymore. They just kind of do whatever they want. And you see it more and more, road rage, this and that, and it ends up in just wild situations. So I think there needs to be rules and regulations in the blockchain space too, or like the crypto space or whatever. But at the same time, like how do you it goes back to trust, right? How do you trust the people that are putting in these rules and regulations that they don't have backdoor loopholes for their own benefit? Like Wally was saying, like everybody else is saying, brother, I'm sorry, I can't read your name right now. I'm on a cell phone, but you know what I mean. Third down, like
Rolf.
how do you know? Like how do you, like that's the real question for me personally.
Yeah, Primal with crypto, they can make it open source so people can see what there are content in the way it's distributed. So I think that's also an assess. What Michael was talking about, how the government policies could be made open source so people could vote on it. So there's a lot of things you could do. So those that have the desire to learn what goes on in office, they can actually see what are we voting for and get it laid out. Therefore, we are a democracy where people actually have the knowledge and can vote on the subjects. So I think open source is.
So is open source and transparency the only thing? Because like, for example, for me, figuring out where to even buy crypto, right? So I opened a Coinbase wallet or account, and it said like, oh, you start an account, like you can spin this dial and get somewhere between $5 and $200. And immediately, like the thought was like, where does that money come from? If all you're doing is like exchanging currency, how do you have the ability to then potentially give me $200, which I would have bet $1 million it wasn't going to land on $200, and I was right, it landed on $5.
Yeah,
but
Michael, it's because this has nothing to do. The way they administer the assignment of buying crypto has nothing to do with crypto.
Right, but that's the problem is these on ramps, because where are you supposed to, how are you supposed to get on ramped onto crypto, right? And that someone, and when people vote, you know, the thing is that one of the biggest problems I feel like in the world is the idea of consent, because people would vote for something like, hey, do you want to vote with your money, I guess, for an exchange that is going to potentially give you free cryptocurrency at the beginning, right?
Hmm.
And people would say, yes, like I have the potential of getting $200. Wow, I really need money. $200 would be great. And they don't think like, wait, but how would Coinbase get that $200 if all they're doing is supposedly exchanging currencies?
I think Loopring may have their own bank uh, on ramp without a centralization of it. I haven't looked into it. I haven't done it. I used Coinbase when I did it myself. But yes,
I mean,
that's
you have to have some bank, right? And that's the thing is that what happens is you get people that those the ones that grow are the ones that offer all the rewards, but the rewards come at the expense of messing up the system. And so
but
even
could you?
though there's all
Why
these
haven't?
fees and stuff,
It would be great if there just was a bank or a crypto bank or whatever a bank that just didn't do fractional reserve, that they just had their customers' money and they paid a fee when you did your, so you paid up front instead of paying in the dark.
yeah, why do we have these like banks in really high real estate areas, really nice buildings, like tons of employees? Like, how is it if their main job is just to like hold money and give money? Like, like it just makes me think like, how are they paying their rent every month, and where does that money come from, and what's the cost of that? Like, what is the cost to society? The fact that those banks get access to potentially 0% loans, back in, not too long ago, and we get 16% loans. Like, I needed to get a loan for something for
Yeah.
school, and 16%. I was like, are you kidding me? Like, I want to invest in my education, and yet they didn't even, anyway. So what a scam that bank could use that money to, do really reckless trades. They're like, oh, I'm going to buy, whatever Facebook at the top, and or I'm going to buy whatever stock. I'm going to buy all these, mortgage-backed securities, and yet they would get the ability to.
You
Mike
froze
keeps
again,
freezing.
Michael. Yeah.
I don't know if we've talked about it yet, but I think just on the well, Michael, finish your point. We lost you there for another few seconds.
Yeah. Oh no, just that. Like, why is it like so? When you have a centralized system, right? Part of that is that the allocation, right? They get to pick where it goes. So the central bank gets to pick which bank that money goes to, because basically, when you get a 0% loan, you're like, it's better than getting given money, because like inflation actually means that what you have to pay back is less. So if there's
And it
always been
gives
at least a
eh,
3% interest or inflation, that 0% loan is literally, they're making you money just because you took a loan.
yeah, it's a negative real interest rate, and it's crazy. Like this, the opportunity to get a 0% loan in an inflationary environment, you can literally go out and basically buy anything and be guaranteed to make money.
Yeah. And yet,
Or
and those are the banks. So why are they're doing that just to pay for their nice building, when it's like, well, why do we even need all of that? It seems just like a waste of
well,
resources.
and it really just all boils down to, the economic theory that runs the modern world. And I don't know if you've talked about the Keynesian versus Austrian stuff yet, or if that's on a little bit later.
It's on a little bit later, but yeah, I mean, we will definitely get
And,
into that.
and then you ask yourself, okay, how could they have such a strange monetary policy? And so these big banks, those that earn from all of this, like having this to just print money, where over time they would, it's very profitable for them, is because when they need to make a decision, they ask the banks or they ask like a consulting group, and because these politicians they don't sit with a calculator and do the math on it. They're just a figure that looks nice on TV, so you can vote on it and say some nice things, but they have almost none of them have any idea of what they're talking about. So when they need to make a financial decision or talk about something, they ask a consulting firm or they ask a bank. So they ask the wolf how to protect the chickens.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it's crazy.
I mean, you think that the bankers would know really what they're doing, but you have like, you know, which bank was it that was? Oh shoot, the J.P. Morgan bought First Republic Bank. Yeah,
Mhm.
you know, they bought just a bunch of like 2% bonds or whatever, you know, or 1% bond. It was like really like that's what like I don't know, like knowing that it couldn't have lasted forever, and yet they still, I don't know. It just seemed like they should have known better, but they didn't.
Well, and it's all, I guess, kind of a sort of a distilled thought I'm getting out of all of this, and the whole conversation of centralization versus decentralization is one of the benefits or the drawbacks of a centralized system, and it depends on your where you are and your perspective on the matter. But one of the benefits or the drawbacks of the centralized system is the less you minimize the amount of stakeholders that are involved in the decision making process that affect everybody, right? And so by minimizing the amount of stakeholders in the decision making process, you can move more quickly and basically do whatever you want, because the less people that are involved in the process of making a decision, the less potential for dissent towards the the mandate that the central planner is going for. And the less dissent you deal with, the more bullshit you just get to make up. And that's the idea of and you'll get onto this later, but in a decentralized system, it's the opposite. It's one of the benefits or the drawbacks is, in order to get anything done, you need to uh, solicit consensus from an increasing, and potentially, when we're talking on the scale that we're talking about, with like just monetary systems and being able to potentially vote on outcomes with sales tax transactions or whatever it may be, you're talking about including, you know everybody who participates in the system as a stakeholder in some degree towards the outcomes that govern society. And so there's going to be a lot more transparency in that, but it's also going to move much less efficiently, sort of from a much less efficiently, if what is trying to be achieved is sort of velocity towards a common goal. So um, the problem with the centralized system is that the common goal is not a common goal. It's just a declared objective for the central planners, but they are fully removed from what is in the best interest of the people that would rather have a say in the common goal. But if you open the door up to everybody through something like a blockchain governance system, all of a sudden everybody has an input, but the direction that you're going, or that everybody's going, may be much more obfuscated.
That did kind of make me think of, I think on a global scale, what people have been like the sides that are kind of forming is the more the less people there are, the less stakeholders there are, the more nimble they can be, right? The quicker they can make decisions. And so the authoritarian governments, that there's like one person at the top who can just make a choice, they seem to like to work together more than other people that are kind of stuck in a bureaucratic thing. I know, like, for example, Germany, right? When recently, when different international tensions came out, or last couple of years, they had to vote on a lot of things. Like, should we be part of this? Because like it's kind of a big deal. Russia's our neighbor, and so it's like the more democratic a country is, the kind of the less quickly they can move into something that would be such a big decision, and that velocity of being able to, or that speed at which they can make choices, has a huge impact, and it comes at a cost. Like, everything has a cost and a benefit, and that's kind of I think why bringing people together helps. I actually have a couple people I'll bring them in. Dang it. Okay, sorry. My internet has been tripping out. So we have DZ and Negative AJ. What's up, guys?
How's it going, boys?
Hey.
What's up?
So what are you
How's
guys'
it going?
thoughts?
I'm trying to turn my camera on. How do we? Oh, here it is. What's up?
Oh, hey.
Negative AJ. I love that name, by the way. What's the
Yeah.
meaning behind the name?
Well, basically, I've been in this place since last summer. I was just selling cash secured puts. I was loving that
Nice.
IV.
I did the same thing.
Yeah. And I got caught, and I thought, well, I'll go along for the ride. It can't take that long before we have a resolution. But here we are.
Hey, buddy. You and me both.
Yeah, no idea.
My initial entry was
no idea.
My initial entry was like $20, and I was like, all right, I'll average down and average down and average down. And right now, my cost basis is about $5, and like I'm happy. I made my bed, but I was never, I call myself Negative AJ because they call me a shill a lot on the sub because I never cared about the restructuring, the consumer side of it. I'm not a consumerist. As I get older, I don't play video games as much. I'm not really impressed by NFTs or Web3. But, I think Ryan Cohen is a smart guy. I like how fast these guys move when they want to change things. So I still believe in him and his team and everything, and I'm still in the play. But I've always wondered, plays this big, him being a smart guy, I think he has, a lot of big money backing him. And I've always wondered who it is and why government would allow this to happen. I've always believed that government will shut down whatever it wants to shut down. A lot of guys in the play think that, we can, the MOAS will crash the financial system and things like that. And I just don't believe government would ever let that happen. So the fact that we're moving along here, I think, is proof that he has a good team on his side and he's kind of cleared things with the government. And I'm questioning, is our government wanting to move on the banks and sort of wipe out the banks and nationalize more of the wealth to fight China? Because China is a country that, really controls their wealth. So, I mean, what are your guys' thoughts on the political side of why this play would be allowed to go forward?
That's a fantastic question. I'll let someone else go.
I think that's why it's been held up is because I think that it's like suddenly, well, one, we have the best lawyers, right? They have Kirkland Ellis, they have Deloitte, they have all these different people. So it's like, I think it takes all of that. They have M3 partners. So I think that they have like a huge group of the best people. I think all those people saw the writing on the walls that the way that things are going is not sustainable. It just is going to come to an end, and they have to start fixing it now. And so but I think that still at that point, because it's such a mess, I think at the DTCC they recalled all the shares, and I think they have way too many. I think they have at least 500% the amount of shares that they should have. And so they're trying to figure out how they would even move that from this DTCC where there's just this infinite ledger of IOUs to a finite ledger, and there's probably chaos in that process.
And I've always seen that RC has connections to BlackRock and Vanguard, and those are two of the biggest whales in the business. So it wouldn't surprise me if they got the go-ahead to kind of absorb some of the smaller like market makers and things like that for the benefit of a new system. What do you think about that?
What connections do you see there?
With Chewy, with GameStop, I mean, they were institutional holders, I believe.
Oh yeah. Okay.
They gave him some funding, I think, and I think Vanguard and
along with Larry Chen, wasn't BlackRock involved in like the Chewy IPO and things like that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and they've been very quiet too. I mean, I haven't heard a lot from these big firms regarding, the what's going on in the financial world with, you know, market makers and things like that. So I don't know. I kind of think there's something going on with them.
Well,
I
and
think, I think
negative age.
BlackRock has bigger fish to fry.
I think just to address the question you asked earlier, negative AJ, of like, do you think the government would allow this to happen? I think that's a great question. I think there's good arguments to be made on either side of it, but it's a matter of identifying those arguments. I think it's very easy to hypothesize all the reasons why they wouldn't want it to happen, right? I think it's just like you could probably list 5, 6, 7 right off the top of your head. So, what are the reasons why they would let it happen? And the thing that gives me the what I think to be the most likely is that I don't think the government was pleased to do what they had to do in 2008. I don't think that it was. I don't think you had like the president and, you know, all the decision makers there chomping at the bit, not and just eager to bail out the banks and look like and perpetuate what was going on and not punish anybody, because it made the government look weak, right? Like it was like, if we don't, because they're the ones that ultimately came out of this looking the worst. The American government, and then the American people paid for it, and everybody knows it, right? And the bankers just are laughing, getting off scot free. And the reason that I believe that happened is because it was truly the only option, because there was no other way for, there was no competitive system to allow for international like commerce and finance to continue operating. It was like, if the banks blew up, there would be there would not be enough counterparties or just balance, you know, enough healthy enough balance sheets and like banks serving as infrastructure in an international market. If enough of them went bankrupt, commerce stops all over the world and things get a lot worse. So it was a really bad outcome to preserve the greater good. I hate to use that term in that sense, because it was all fucked up and the banks should have gone bankrupt because they were just making bad bets and you know, just being corrupt assholes, basically. You know, so we don't want to get into the whole mortgage-backed securities business, but I think this time around there is enough. I think if it's not right now, if it's not this year, if it's not next year, I think something that is coming is an opportunity to onboard to a new, more efficient system, whatever that is. And if, you know, the bad side of that coin, it could be central bank issued digital currencies. And if and as those come out and are adopted, the need for retail banks just goes away. It just puts the Federal Reserve in direct contact with the, you know, the members of a nation state with a central bank. And you don't need Bank of America, you don't need Fifth Third, you don't need First Horizon. There's just no need. You just have to mandate to your citizens, like, grab your smartphone, go, like, here's your username and password, and figure out how to use technology to manage your finances, or you don't eat, right? So that's the bad side of the coin. The good side, the good side of the system would be sort of things like T0, or companies that are forward thinking with you know, financial technology, and being able to the biggest thing, my biggest hope in what centralized financial entities offer us consumers is 0-day settlement. That's why I like T0 so much. Like, I think I think the time between trade and settlement is where all the bullshit happens. And if I'm going to trust my capital with a counterparty, like at a broker, I want to have peace of mind that when I buy something, it is bought at that moment and not rolled into somebody's larger balance sheet so that they can hedge my money and leverage it against me, right? So, and I think that there's an opportunity to onboard onto a system that offers that type of value, real value to the system. And the benefit to the government there is it allows for, if the government could mandate through its regulatory agencies to the centralized entities like the Fidelities, the Schwabs, the banks of the world, that, okay, if you are going to be a custodian of consumers' funds, that instant settlement it's a mandate. It's something you have to do. There's no way around it. That just leads to the structural integrity of the system and increases the amount of trust that system would warrant, if that makes sense.
Yeah, and
So
going that digital route gives government more immediate control of the monetary system to adjust, interest rates or, the monetary supply. And I mean, when these market makers are creating shares out of thin air, it's essentially counterfeiting money, and government does not like
Absolutely.
that. Government
No, they
wants
don't.
to be the only one creating money out of thin air. If I could produce a car out of nothing and sell it for money, and also what does that do to inflation? Just creating all this money out of thin air for the super wealthy.
Yeah, and naked short selling, it not only steals our money, but the governments, they're the biggest badass on the block. Like and the IRS, like specifically the IRS, like do not like pay your taxes, like pay your taxes. IRS is a terrifying government agency, and they're gonna get their money, and we can like that or not, but it's just the world that we live in. And just the practice of naked short selling and the accounting tricks, not only do these people steal our money from us and use our investments against us, but they never pay taxes on it because of just accounting tricks and keeping positions open forever and rolling liabilities into swaps, throwing them overseas into an area that's regulated by a different governing body. So and it's a huge business. Like the derivatives market, like it's unfathomable how big it is. It's hundreds of times the size of global GDP. Like it's a crazy number. So if the government, I think
Quintillion.
this, yeah, it's hundreds of it's hundreds, if not it's many
Yeah.
orders of magnitude larger than global GDP. And so I
I have a
think I'll just wrap this up and I'll pass this on, but I think it is in the government's best interest to implement and support a transition, a managed change to a system in which the IRS gets what they believe to be their fair share out of that market, and of that multi-quadrillion-dollar market. It's a lot of the wealth that has been extracted from that is untaxed, and that's got to sit very sourly with them. So that's kind of my opinion.
Yeah. So the question was, why would the government let this happen? And I think all these three-letter entities, they have no interest in this happening. That's why we have to go to Chapter 11. We have to see two judges look over this case. We have to see lawyers get into the stuff and know this case. So I think this is a 3D chess move, because he saw the obstacles. The obstacles are the entities that are guarding the system. They want the status quo. So he had to go into this Chapter 11 to, first of all, there was all this with the debt and stuff, but also to do the things he has planned. He wanted to have the eyes that the system is corrupt, and that he can get that in the Chapter 11 court case. So I think, and the judges are separate from these entities. So this is just, no one had done this before. So they haven't put up all these guard cases. If they have seen this coming, they would have made sure that the judges wouldn't be able to do this, I think.
That's an interesting point, because you have these three-letter agencies that have been around for a long time, and then there's a lot of them, and then you put the power of just like one individual who doesn't get a paycheck from them. That is kind of cool to think about. Well, DZ, you had a comment earlier. Did you have something you want to say?
No, I was just gonna say, imagine this filing is on somebody's desk with all this naked short selling and whatnot. Imagine sitting on Wally Woo's desk on a little nice post-it note, and it's one of those situations where they think, I got bigger cases to file, I got bigger fish to fry, and then it becomes one of those movie scenes where it's like, oh, maybe I should have picked up that post-it note and looked into this file,
I think that's actually the problem is that there's like this ledger, and it's not like it's like alarming, where it's like there's no alarm going off like you have to deal with this right now. It's just like someone's 9 to 5 to shuffle around pieces of paper or whatever, and so it's not like it doesn't ever like have to get done. And,
nothing is ever done until it actually happens.
Exactly.
Like anything that has ever collapsed, broken, gone faulty, nothing is ever talked about. Nothing's ever done until it happens.
And so for me, that's been a question I've been having for a while, is what actually is that catalyst to where it's like it has to happen, you know, because like it's like, you know, if someone like JP Morgan or someone a big, you know, person entity like that, it's like, hey, I don't know, like their ledger, like I was actually at the bank, you know, when I had my vending machine business, I got to know the banker really well. And someone came in and he tells the other employees, is like, hey, just so you know, like their account just has X's on it. Just give them whatever they ask for. Like, and I was like, that's really interesting. And they're like, yeah, they have so much money, it doesn't even matter. So whatever they ask for, just give it to them and be really nice about it. And I was like, and so, you know, it kind of showed me like kind of how that, and like the idea of like when I was doing vending machines, like I would actually go during the lunch for some of the schools and just like hand out drinks, you know, and take the money just because it worked faster. And middle schoolers aren't really that good at just using the machine civilly, but it was weird because the price, it was kind of meaningless. It was just whatever I felt like handing them a drink, and then they like handing me back. Like I gave them like I was like, hey, you write up a, you know, paragraph about how you're gonna change the world, and if I like it, I'll just give you a free drink. So I mean, I would trade random piece of paper for a drink, or I'd, you know, take $2 or whatever. And so there, or sometimes I need to get rid of certain flavors, and like I just don't, I have too many of these flavors, like I'll sell it for $1. So there's all these different things, and it's like I think that, you know, it doesn't really change at those bigger levels. I mean, you know, that one bank in England, it wasn't Barclays. What was the one that went down? There was like one guy that was just like had two accounts, and he was like shifting all of his bad plays into
Yeah.
one account. It's like the England's oldest bank.
Northern Rock. Northern Rock.
Nick
No.
something.
Yeah, this happened like 5-7 years ago, right?
Yeah.
Nick Lincoln?
Oh yeah. Oh, that's the guy that messed it up. Yeah. So I don't remember what the bank was called though. But like he was saying, he's like, all I would just say is I need more money, and they would just like, here it is. So it's like, where did that come from? Like there couldn't have been any actual accounting going on.
And Michael, wasn't he exploiting the T+2 thing and just maintaining larger and larger deposits at banks and just moving cash funds between two banks over and over again, something like that, to maintain a balance in both simultaneously?
Yeah, I don't remember, but I mean, like that, it's that kind of like, I think that he wasn't, I mean, at least the one I was watching, he wasn't even, like he would just keep asking for more money, and they wouldn't even like, you'd think that they like, well, we need to get more money. Like, it's like if a company is profitable, like they should have more money for operating costs and whatnot. They're not going to run out. So if they run out, they couldn't, you can't be profitable and run out of funds. So if this guy's like, hey, I need more money, and keeps saying that, he obviously couldn't be a profitable trader, right? And so it's just kind of like that one, that banker at, is actually at a Chase Bank, who he's like, this person just has X's in their account, just give them whatever they want. Like, well, how do they even it just is like a weird, so I don't know that they could get margin called if their account just had X's in it. And I think that there's people that they're, because of their position, they couldn't get margin called, because who would ever, one, know that they ran out of margin, and two, like Melvin Capital, yeah, you could say you ran out and I don't want to be on the hook for what you're doing. Boom, you get burned. Because like, the bankers and everyone, they don't care about Melvin Capital, right? Like if it's like, if they want to make money either way. If they're making money as Melvin Capital burns, great. As it wins, great. They don't care. I'm sure. And so I don't know. I just wonder, what does it take for the big players to actually get margin called, where it's like, no, you literally don't have margin. Like, that's it. You get liquidated.
What it
And who
takes
actually
is
goes through and
settlement.
liquidates them?
What it takes is the settlement, the action of settlement, and not just rolling a liability into another long dated derivative. So how to make that happen, I'm not sure. I'm not the one doing it. I believe that it's going to happen, and we're going to be on the long side of it. But that's the big problem: is settlement never happens, and bad decisions can just be not just bad decisions, but objectively wrong decisions that were speculations on a future outcome, and then the future comes to pass, becomes the present, and in that moment, the speculation you made in the past is wrong. Like at the very latest, that is when settlement should occur, but it ends up just getting wrapped up into another liability, through a derivative contract and pushed forward. So objectively wrong decisions just always remain outstanding speculations with no forced settlement.
And you saying that
So
gets
it's a
written down
policy.
as a liability, but even like Enron kind of shows us that things that should be written down as liabilities don't even get written down as liabilities. They can write them down
Well,
as future gains or
well,
whatever.
but also you can. I mean, these people, like with a swap contract. Like if you and I were to enter a swap, like I have an asset, and if I put it on your books, then within that swap, like that asset functionally turns into a liability for me, and I take something on from you, which can be a liability of yours that looks like an asset on my books. And so
Yeah.
it's total bullshit. It's just total
But
bullshit.
but fractional reserve banking is the same as the Ryan Cohen tweet about inflation. It's a policy.
Yep.
When you choose to have this excess cash they can use at free will, that's something you choose because you ask the bankers how to make this policy. How should we do it? We should do it the way that we make the most money, and therefore also have the biggest risk. Everything is policy. We have structured. This is not something that's structured from the day of the earth or the civilization. This is something that comes because greedy people see the way they can make more money, and more money comes with greater risk. And the one that pays up the bill in the end is the common folk. Those are the ones that take the bill. The bankers go free, and they can pay the politicians. They call it lobbying, so it doesn't sound so corrupt, and they do it in every industry. Banking is just, I think, one of the most poisonous.
Yeah, I agree. There was Dennis in the chat. He said margin calls only apply to retail, and I agree. I don't try to be that cynical about government, but I'm heavily involved in politics and stuff, and I just think that everything is about control. Our own government, whatever it wants to do, it will do, whether we like it or not. Like a lot of us are against this whole Ukraine funding. They don't give a shit. What the empire wants, it will get. And big moves like liquidating banks or allowing things to crash, that's only going to happen when government allows it to happen. I think that RC is a smart guy, and there's a very big, complicated play going on. I've never believed that this is RC versus the world and just this random guy is going to liquidate J.P. Morgan and Bank of America, and apes are going to win. Now that's not what this is about. There's something going on, something very big and complicated, and I hope we get some really good crumbs from this play, whatever happens.
Amen to that.
Yep.
Well, gentlemen, it's great to see you all tonight. I've got to go. I'm exhausted. It's been a long day, a long week, but I'll probably, or I will be listening to the rest of the show on YouTube as I'm getting ready for bed. It's getting late over here on the East Coast. But Michael, thanks for the invite. Much appreciated, and great to see you, Rolf, Primal, DZ, Negative AJ. Negative AJ, I think we've interacted before in the past, so it's good to see a familiar face. So,
Yeah.
Awesome. You guys take care.
You too.
I think the government's going to facilitate this whole thing, and like Mike said, I think in finance it's just a dog eat dog world, and they don't care as long as they're making money. I don't think J.P. Morgan Chase, any of these big banks are going anywhere. I don't think the world can sustain the way we're going if the banks go anywhere. I think it's just set up for the biggest bailout in world history, and I think the government's going to facilitate that because I think they want to go back to QE. I don't think people can live in a world of QT. But we're gonna go to it's just gonna be so wild. But I think the government is gonna facilitate this to get the tax money to do whatever they want to push us onto this new trajectory. To answer your question, AJ, I think the government is gonna facilitate the MOAS. They stopped it once, and I think in that 3-year outcome since, I think they've just kind of seen that this is not the way, this is not the path they want. So, like Mike was talking about Yom Kippur, and all respect to it, I don't know too much about it. I don't want to disrespect anything, but with one great leader, somebody's going to bite the bullet. So one market maker, one hedge fund is going to bite the bullet. And I think it's going to be Virtue, because I think he's just doing a little too much in the media with us. I think he's arguing with us a lot, and for no reason. A player of that stature should never come down to this level. And I just think in the world, like, people aren't mad at each other if there's money on the table. People are never arguing or anything if there's money on the table. Everybody's happy when there's money. People are only arguing and stuff, or aggressive, or just angry when money dries up. And you look around the world is destabilizing everywhere. Why? Because all the money's dried up from the original GameStop saga. And now everything is too tight, and the pressure's gonna blow, and the government knows there's no way out. They don't care about the government doesn't care about anybody but themselves. Let's just be totally honest with that. We just support them. It is what it is. Like, call a spade a spade. And so they're going to facilitate this whole thing,
Yeah.
get the tax money back to just do whatever they want again. But there's no way the money's all dried up. They already just pumped $10 trillion in with COVID, and I don't want to start on that, but you know what I mean. And we're living in that QT because of it. So I think the government's going to facilitate the MOAS. I really do.
Primal, I hope that they will let the banks burn, because how can you afford not to? These too big to fail banks, those are the ones that run the show. And if they just get some regulation on the big banks, then a couple of years later they would have lobbied the way, so they again can have a new crash. They made some rules after the 2008, and then they got lobbied away a couple of years later. So they would do something until the smoke settles, and then they just do whatever they always done: more risk, more profit. So this system, it's been tested again and again. This cannot function. You can look at your politician. This cannot function. You need a great awakening. We need a great awakening, so we can make proper decisions. And then we need to use our imagination to make a better system. And we can use that with blockchain. We can make it open source, so people can do public criticize it, so we can make proper adjustments.
I'm
if
with
you
you,
look at
brother.
the-
If that's the way it's gonna play out, I'm for the team. So I'm never here, but at
Yeah,
the same time, I'm realistic about it. Like, I just know that even if we're in blockchain, the government's gonna have their hand in it somehow. It's just I just don't believe we're going back to the wild west. I think we're just too evolved as a society to just go back to the wild west. And I think that the government is going to be involved in the blockchain, and they're just going to kind of dictate the way, the pace of it. I don't know. Like,
yeah.
I'm just giving that theory.
I just don't like people to think that something is too big to fail, because if that get into the conscience, then people cannot realize or envision change. And I think it's important to think that these banks can fail, and they will, hopefully this
the banks
down
will.
the road.
The banks will, but the country can't. The government always has to backstop the people and let them know that money will come out of the ATM. Because geopolitically, if you look at our biggest competitors, China, number one, they rule their wealth with an iron fist. When Jack Ma leaves Alibaba or he retires, the wealth stays with the country. And, China and Russia as well. Putin really tried to rein in the oligarchs. And I have to admire what these countries do. They don't let the abject greed get out of hand. Here in America, in the West, we have some Americans who would gladly sell out our country to foreign competitors if the price is right. And I think our government is looking at that and saying, we've got to take more control over our wealth. How do we do that without not looking like a communist government or a dictatorship? We get rid of the banks. We have a more direct relationship with the people and things like that. What do you think?
I think you're
the
right.
whole.
Oh,
Sorry,
go ahead.
I'm very
I was
much
going to say, I
against
think
more
the whole
government.
CBDC thing is to get ahead of the whole Bitcoin, and ever since China's gotten their hands in it, I think they're just trying to compete with China. That's their main competition right now. It's not the banks, it's China. I mean, put in perspective, when Germany was on top of the world back in World War II, they were bringing in, the United States, they're a heavy player, and even Germany, as big as they were and how much economic power they brought, I mean, they only touched, I think, like 25 or 30% of the United States GDP. Yeah, that was our biggest competitor at the time. Now, China is touching 65, almost 70% of our total GDP. No other nation has done that ever since the dollar came to power. So right now they're just playing this race with China, and on top of that, they got this whole Bitcoin thing. So they're playing two realms of to dismantle their power, and it's putting a lot of pressure on them. I don't think they can afford another collapse like COVID.
I think
mean,
also. Oh, good.
so no, you had.
Oh, so I think the thing is that, um, like for example, is it a bad thing for a country if they lied, used all the money that they got from their lie, built a bunch of infrastructure in our country that then is this asset that we get to carry forward, right? And so, that's like the thing I see, possibly China doing right now, right? And they're like, okay, well, we're gonna fudge some things and build a bunch of cities, big buildings and whatnot, and they're just doing what we did in 2008, because it worked for us. It was
They're
like,
stimulating
oops,
it.
we did this, but then we already have all these assets. So it's like, it's kind of like the Microsoft case when they were in a lawsuit. It was like, oops, we actually stomped out our competition, but by the time like that was rectified, their competition was dead. And so it's like by the time people figure out that there's been this big, financial scandal, oh well now we have a bunch of new houses. Isn't that great? I mean, for China it didn't work out as much because some of them are not going to be completed and some of them are kind of, weren't up to the same quality. But it seems like that it's tempting when you look around and everyone gets ahead by being corrupt. As long as you grab as much as you can and actually turn that into as much lasting value as you can, then it seems to be okay if the results are good. But the thing is like, who is the one doing the grabbing? And like, a lot of times we like to say the government, but like, there's not like some like barrier between us and the government, right? Like and it changes drastically with each administration, like who gets elected and who they appoint and whatnot. And so like the one question, on that I brought up on one of the slides is like, how do we do allocation, right? Like how does a country decide to allocate into their infrastructure of their housing, right? And at what cost?
The thing that kind of worries me the most about the whole evergreen thing, I'm surprised more hasn't come out of it, especially the fact that there's supposedly a lot of shadow baking involved, and the shadow baking industry is who knows how big. I mean, that's why it's shadow baking. It's not regulated. You don't have to, let certain people know what's going on behind it. So, and the whole issue with me with that is, China, they're the second largest bondholder of U.S. Well, bonds really, and it just comes to come a day they need funds to either bail whoever out, whatever out, and they start selling those bills. I mean, what does that do to the bond market? And so many things are attached to the bond market. And then what does that do to the world economy? And then what happens then? I mean, anytime you get economic collapse, a really bad economic collapse, and it lasts a really long time, people get desperate, and that's all it is. It's just emotion. When emotions get the best, then you get really nasty things like wars to come about. And we're already starting to see those in the small scale. Ukraine is just one board away from the EU touching Russia, and Putin does not like that idea whatsoever. And now you got this whole Israel situation going on, and I mean that's oil, and it surprises me to see the oil prices how they are today. I expected them to at least get near the $4 mark after this whole thing, but I mean, I think it was the United States, they stopped Israel from going in with the ground force, and I think that has to do with the election. I mean, you can't really have a successful election if oil prices are high. I mean, people get pissed off, so it worries me, to say the least. I mean, I like to say nothing's new underneath the sun, and there's too much familiarity going on right now when things start to get really ugly.
I found it very curious that Netanyahu has been really close to being charged with stuff, and this was like the closest he's ever been to being in serious trouble. And all of a sudden, out of nowhere, Hamas decides to attack. There's been rumors that Hamas is just some puppet used by the West or something to create problems. What do you think about that?
So
I
To
don't
be
actually,
honest, I don't.
I don't believe it.
Okay, go
I
ahead.
think
'Cause
that
I don't understand it.
I think that terrorism is really real. I think that, this might be a controversial statement or not, but I think that culture going back to a long time, that's all they know is that that's all they know. I don't care, what people think of me or whatnot. I think that culture of that terrorist culture, I'm not going to use any names, but I think that's all they know and this is what they do. I don't think, going back to DZ, I don't think we'd have to worry about China. I think the only issue for America, the greatest country on earth, land of the free, home of the brave. Our only issue is within our own borders. We have to figure out what's going on at home base. I don't think anybody can touch us. I think we're pulling all the strings. I think China's just a puppet. We're pulling all the strings on every world stage, every which way, left, right, or center. I think we're so far ahead, and I'm not saying that to be mean or anything, but we have to figure out. We have to clean. We have to do some house cleaning, and I don't think we should worry about any other economy because when we're chugging at full speed, nobody. There's a reason they call us the land of the free, home of the brave, and I don't think And I do believe that terrorism is real, and I think that's part of that culture. I don't care what anybody thinks of me. I think that is part of that culture. It is what it is. You
so
can
if
go
I
back,
can,
look about Punjabi Sikhism. You can see the torture and all that stuff from that culture did to but that's, the torture that that terrorism is real, bro. And it's part of that culture. That's all I'm going to say on that. But I think America, I don't think China's the real issue. I think the real issue is within our own borders. I think we have to clean up our own house. And I think we have to and I think this election is so important, going back to what you said. Our own election is so important right now that we're just being distracted by all of these other things that we're not realizing what's happening within our own borders. You know what I mean? And I think that we need to focus on that before we start looking at China, this, that, and the third, because nothing happens in this world unless America gives an okay or not okay. And you know what I mean? I truly
so
believe that in my heart.
So I think that in the one situation, as much as we like to just consider ourselves our own borders, we have spheres of influence, and for a long time, there was it was Britain versus Russia. And the only thing and everyone uses proxy wars, right? Like you just look at Afghanistan, which is a perfect place to have a proxy war because there's so many different ethnic groups within there that are so different that you can just grab one and arm them and then have them go after the other group. But like the only thing I think that's shifted over the time is who those big players were. Instead of it being Britain versus Russia, it became the U.S. versus China. And so, for example, when did how did the war in the Palestine-Israel area start? Well, back in 1967, Russia told the three countries around there, you have Jordan, Syria, and Egypt, he told them that Israel was going to attack them first. And they actually did some investigating. They're like, it doesn't look like it to us. And then, Russia was like, no, they are. And so then they attacked first, and they actually, all three of them lost to Israel. But it's because, this whole time it's been this, okay, all right, we'll see you in a little bit. It's been a proxy war between like Russia, right? And one other, so when you look at just like the history of proxy wars and who's being used by who, it makes a lot more sense why things haven't calmed down because there wasn't a lot of people in that area, but there's that it is definitely a place where a good place to fight a proxy, sadly enough, and I think yeah, I mean I don't know how much we could or should go into that.
I see where you go. I read a book called Flashpoints, and a lot of it was basically stemmed off of what you were saying, how ever since World War II and, Russia took control of those countries over there, how just how messy they kind of essentially made it. Not the people of Russia, but the Russian communist government. And, people needing to find new homes from certain ethnicities and backgrounds, and how other groups wouldn't accept them for such a long time. It's just created this cluster of just hate and just bad, just a lot of just hate from the past. And I think that's where a lot of this comes from. And
Yeah,
just
so-
like the markets,
I think of
It's
it as
just
a
emotion.
business deal. I think it was a business deal between warmongers, those that make a profit out of war, have an interest in a war, and then there's some gaps there that I cannot get filled without me thinking that this was intentional from both sides. Maybe one of the sides didn't know that it was in an interest of the other side, but I see there was profit to be made on the expense of people's life, and that's where my thought train have gone with what we see today.
Like, for example, looking at the history of Yasser Arafat is interesting, right? So he actually went to fight in that war that was lost, and against Israel. But then when he started a group, the Palestine Liberation Organization, which, it's interesting that I don't know. I think a lot of people always try to claim they speak for other people when they don't. But one thing that is kind of interesting is that he went and talked to the president of Egypt, and the president of Egypt was talking to the president of Russia, and then he got to talk to the president of Russia. And so I think that the relationship between Egypt and Russia is actually the biggest thing that people should be looking at, because Egypt is our second biggest country that we give foreign aid to. But it's also, they just did military drills in the Mediterranean Sea with Russia. And they more align in a lot of ways with Russia. And so I think that that's why we give them so much aid, is because we're so desperate for them not to turn on us. But I think that there's kind of two places in, as far as, Egypt and India, in my opinion, will kind of determine what happens, which side both of them kind of choose to go on. That both of them have a long history with Russia that's pretty positive, and both of them also have, a love-hate relationship with the United States.
But I think India itself is a nation that's they have their own so many problems in that country. Just my heritage from my parents, just so many problems within their own country. I don't think that, but like you said, it's such a the con the Asian continent itself, where India is located, has access to the seas, and how it's able to, you can use it in so many different strategic ways. But I just think that that country itself has so many different issues, their own country issues, that I don't even think they're like, I don't really even think they're a big player, to be totally honest with you, Mike.
I mean, I just think it's kind of like the swing vote in, like, when the elections happen. It's not that, I'm trying to think what even state, Iowa or whatever. Like, Iowa doesn't have a lot of people, but it just happens to be really important for a swing vote. And in my opinion, Egypt and India are those swing votes that are really important. And it seems like that everything else is kind of a distraction to us actually facing. Why don't we get along better with other countries? And I think it's because when we print money, it screws everyone else more than it screws us. And they all know that. And they don't like it, among other things.
India is a sleeping superpower.
yes,
They have 1.3 billion people, and of course you can see a lot of poverty when you look in a big city of India. But when you look when we get pictures of a big city in America, there's also a different kind of problem. But both problems are very bad to look at. So where do you want to be on the bottom? Would you rather be on the bottom and have a drug addiction in America, or would you rather just be because it's hard to get an opportunity to work, so you have to do hard labor, or maybe you have to beg or something. Both are hard to watch, but I think there's issues. Like I think I'd rather be poor in India than being poor in America. For the information I get, I don't live there, but from what I see on Twitter, I think.
I mean, it wasn't long ago they actually had built their first aircraft carrier. I mean, they've purchased a few, but they actually built one of their own not long ago. And they
pretty
have
big,
such a
too.
young population, so there's talks about a lot of population is declining, but they have such a young population, so the working force there. I mean, it's almost unlimited.
That means that also means they have the brain power.
Mm-hmm.
It's nice to see how the world is changing. I'm a futurist, and I think all this competition is so stupid, and it's such a waste of energy and time. I mean, we're all one human race, and it's like when a nation competes, it's just a part of the world that has a certain culture, certain way of doing things. And to think that we really need to spend so much money fighting and competing, and the way that technology is advancing with AI, I mean, the goal of the human race, of any species, really is to survive and advance, right? Thankfully, we're getting to the point where, soon we're going to be hopefully going into space, colonizing space. Do we really want to fight each other over all this stuff? It's so weird to me. We spend so much money, America and the world, and then as nations, more nations, get more advanced weapons and nuclear weapons, everything's going to be so tense. We've really got to figure out how to get along with each other on the world and not step on each other's toes. China's going to be expanding and declaring their space, and India's going to be doing it. And they've got nuclear weapons. They've got hypersonic weapons. It's like, Jesus, what are we going to do? We've got to come to an agreement here.
And I think it's the long-term thing. We have to actually address the elephant in the room, and each country has their different elephants in the room. And for example, Russia, right? And it kind of gets back to the question about planning, right? Who is in charge of planning where and allocating resources? Because in Russia, it's well, if they put all their allocation on, things like drilling oil, as a country, they could make a lot of money, but their technology sector suffered, right? And so it's well, America could just let them drill all their oil, and we could move to electric cars, and then they wouldn't have anything to trade with, right? And so, they want to hurry and monetize the money and get some kind of asset. So they're like, oh well, maybe we'll get a whole bunch of farmland or something. I mean, I think that they kind of see the writing on the wall that the oil is not going to flow forever. But it's why do we have all these one-dimensional countries that just rely on one thing, and we can't all participate and actually put our minds together, right?
It'd
be great.
I have to that saying, I think that has to do with what is it that your country is best at, and what is it that you can focus more on. While Brazil, for instance, it's great climate for coffee beans, right? I mean, we don't really have that climate they have, so they're just more inclined to grow the coffee bean. We have great farmland for corn, so we're more inclined to do the corn. So as much as I would love for us to still to we just do our oil, we do it, certain countries are just better at doing things than we are, and that just comes down to their economic gain from that.
Yeah, but it's the whole trap of the centralization versus decentralized. So you centralize all the corn, you centralize all the coffee, you centralize all the oil, and there's the problems of centralization. Sorry, I don't know if you finished your thought, actually.
Hello?
Oh, yeah.
Sorry, I cut out there for a second.
Oh, you're good.
I didn't hear the last thing you said.
Oh, just that there's this centralization and decentralization. So it's like there's benefits to centralizing the production of something, right? Like corn or coffee beans or oil, but there's downsides too. And it seems that like, everyone should be looking at this and like thinking, how can we optimize this to where there's enough decentralization to where there's not like this international tension, but enough centralization so that we can actually just produce more as a whole and all be better off, right?
Well, that's the golden question. I think it just comes down to I think the term is production possibility frontier, and essentially it just basically means that what is it that your country is so good at doing? I mean, China's good at cheap labor, unfortunately, and it's not feasible.
Wait, but how is
either,
that fair though? Like why?
It's not. And
It's not like they're
does,
genetically better. It's that
no, it's not. That just comes down to the centralization topic again. I think China has a lot of things right besides their human rights issues. I think once they get that out of the way, I think they have an open road to. I mean they have invested a lot in the last so many years, and I mean they have ports all across Africa right now, and of course they're trying to get other countries to exchange in their currency rather than the dollars. Yes, so here's a reminder. Sorry.
So
Alexa's talking.
So that's one of the reasons why India is becoming a bigger superpower, is because their manpower is young, where China's is getting older. They have this one-child policy for a long time, and that's gonna do something with their young minds. Like there is too little of them. And India is not in the same position.
That's one of the strengths about America, I think. I have to give credit to America for that, like, Christian Protestant work ethic. A lot of stuff we do in America, we do it because it's the right thing to do. We believe in, a lot of us still believe in fairness. In a lot of countries like China and India, there's still a lot of corruption, a lot of kickbacks. People still want to do business with America.
But I think that it's like kind of like was mentioned earlier, like when there's a lot of money on the table, it's easy for everyone to get along, and where it's like we're kind of exploiting all the other countries. It's easy if it's like, oh, I don't have to be as corrupt because I can still make money otherwise, whereas other countries haven't had that opportunity yet, or maybe their country did a long time ago, and they were going through cycles of who's in that position, whose empire has the ability. Because I mean, it's if you're a Roman citizen, for example, you could just take money from whoever you wanted. You were a Roman citizen if you were wherever. So I think that it's hard to kind of say what culture is a better, because it's harder to make money in the free capitalist world.
My opinion is that America is just as corrupt as an average Indian. Like the corruption is there. Your politicians, you just have a country with a lot of resources. You have so many resources in America, and that's why you flourish from it. But your corruption is like is a lot. And there's also a lot of corruption here. There's corruption all over the place. Like people here where I live don't think there's corruption, but if you look for it, there is a corruption. People in power get so corrupted because who elevate them there. And they get a promotion when they do bad decisions. And the thing about how should the countries be better to talking with each other, maybe it's I think a lot of the things, like not to point a finger about America, but there have been some rhetoric like that America was the moral police, how the country should do their things. So they have some different culture, and the moral police in America didn't agree with it. So they wanted to teach that country how to behave. And that's, that kind of rhetoric, to talk to another country's leader is disrespectful. And that doesn't lead to better cooperation. It leads to the opposite. And it's frightening to watch sometimes how a politician's biggest assignment is to keep the country out of war and to make good relationship with other countries. Like a business person, you would talk good to a customer. So when there are mutual agreements where you can benefit from each other, you need to be on your best behavior, and I've just seen so much of the opposite.
So, like, for example, I think that that's a good question, though, because, like, when you say you're talking to a country, like, if America is talking to another country, well, I mean, I'm an American and I wasn't talking to them, right? So it's like, that means like one leader, and each country, like, for example, Israel is a great example of how little it, how insignificant it is to label a country as a whole country, is because their top three leaders are from completely different political parties, essentially completely different religions, even. And so the thing is, if you said Israel wants this, well, the top three leaders, I guarantee, don't agree on it, whatever it is. Like, so, I it's like hard, because it's like, okay, well, if you're gonna go, let's say you're just like, oh, India wants this. Well, there's like, I mean, even if you look at different groups, right? Like, you know, there's like 200 million Islamic people in India, right? That's like a lot of people, and that's almost as many as exist in the entire United States of just a small minority group in India. And so, in order to say that India thinks a certain way, well, it doesn't even like actually make objective sense, and that's just one difference, you know.
Yeah, but I'm not talking about like the each citizens. I'm not doing a generalization of
Yeah.
the population. I'm talking about the leader of the country. That's the front person of the firm. So this front person of the firm should shake the hand of
But for example, you take
the firm of
Palestine,
the other.
right? You know, Yasser Arafat is not alive anymore, but was he the person, right? Like, he ended up going to, I think, the White House and everything, and shook hands with whoever the president was at the time. I don't even remember who it was. And like, was he able to actually speak for the Palestinians? And that's the thing, is I don't think he was. But yet, if you ask them, maybe a lot of them would have said, well, he's our only hope of anything happening, so I guess he has my vote, right? I don't even know that they could divorce the idea of like picking who can, the leader that has any power whatsoever, versus like who they might want to be in leadership.
Yeah, I don't know about that. I was thinking more on like to have a good relationship with China, have a good relationship with India or Russia. It means you need a strong person in charge, a charge that are with the full five and can think, so that you can have a conversation. Maybe he would like to invite you to dinner at his house so they can have a good conversation when the cameras are off. No one's going to do that with
But
Biden
but
because he's not.
but who would have that conversation? Like, for example, if you were like, oh, I'm going to set up a conversation with Iran, who would you talk to, right?
Yeah,
Like, they had their leader, Reza Shah, right? And you know, he was a leader, but yet suddenly they have a completely different leader, and Khomeini, right?
I just think it's very important that you elect people with competency, to get in office, because it's frightening to watch when it's, I couldn't put my finger on what, when I can't put my finger on what a person thinks, what his motivations are, because he cannot hold a speech, he cannot tell his vision, he can't put a sentence together. I find it's like your country is run without direction. It's like a mad world. It's like a bad science fiction movie from the 80s.
Oh, Ralph, there's direction, but it's a cabal. It's probably some Obama administration people coupled with the State Department, CIA. I mean,
Yeah.
it's not good too. I mean, they're grooming Gavin Newsom. He went to China. I mean, basically, we elect American presidents based on how good their hair is. Gavin Newsom's hair means he's going to be the next fucking president. That's it. He comes from California. He's gonna turn more conservative. He's got the liberal side locked up. He's gonna sound like Clinton or Obama. He's good looking. He's tall. That's it. That's our guy.
The man looks like an actual criminal from a movie.
It's true. He does.
He would totally fit the character.
Yeah.
I would love someone
Crazy.
like Robert F. Kennedy Jr. I think he's admirable, and also I think Donald Trump could do a good work, but are they going to get elected? I really hope it's going to be Robert F. K. Jr. But I think his odds are slim, but that man, he has vision, and he can hold a speak. He can put out his thoughts with words, so you can assess what he puts behind those words when you look at his body language. And
But the thing is, a president has to have like they have to know a lot about a lot, like everything, and that's the thing is like I don't know anyone that really knows enough to give them executive power. To be honest, like
Impossible.
I've heard Rob. I haven't heard him speak a lot, but there's certain topics where I'm like, on that topic, you just really don't know a lot, and I'm sure there's others that he knows a lot more than me, but like for me, I think that the system of just putting one person and being able to blame them if it doesn't go good or whatever. But I just think that there has to be a more transparent way for everyone to kind of have a say, and for the best ideas to come to rise to the top, rather than just like whatever person happens to be there can just kind of willy-nilly do whatever the crap they want.
2 words: blockchain
but to
and
but to
Bitcoin.
land there, in the blockchain land and with the demand and outspoken, but then you need to elect the right person to make those decisions. The one that gets his pockets filled from an entity that doesn't have that in interest would not allow it. So you need one with integrity. And the best way to assess integrity is to hear a person speak, so you can deem if their words are truthful and they mean it. And
I don't
those
think
are
any
rare.
one individual. I don't think any one individual can beat the system, Rolf. I mean, even Trump. When he went to Russia when he was in power, and the CIA had just released that report about Russian interference, and Trump came out and said, what did he say? I don't see any reason why it would be Russia who interfered. And then the next day he apologized and he said, no, what I meant to say was, I don't see it would be any reason it wouldn't be Russia. So like even Trump, I mean, I guarantee what happened is the Congress, Chuck Schumer and Mitch McConnell went to him and said, listen, you little shit, you're not going to try and convince the American people that the CIA is against them. I don't care. You go out there right now and you apologize, or we're going to take your mansion in Florida. We're going to send the IRS after you, and you play along like the good little puppet you are. I don't see that our empire can be defeated. It's so corrupt.
AJ, when you have freedom of speech, is Twitter going to be up where people can talk to them and share ideas? If that happens for a long enough time, people will start to get their ideas from social media, Twitter, where they find persons they trust and admire instead of their 5-minute news section. And if that happens, then people will start to think different, because you think.
It helps, but Twitter is also run by Elon, and I don't see him as a friendly either. He wants to succeed. He has his connections as well. He's one of the richest people in the world. He's not some freedom fighter. You don't get that rich by being a freedom fighter.
That's right. You get that rich by government incentives.
I trust Elon. See, that's my intuition tells me Elon is a good guy. I could be wrong. I don't know the guy. But
I would definitely
trust
trust him
anybody.
more than a lot of people. That's for sure. I don't know.
They just had that recent mass shooting they had in Maine, our latest American mass shooting. They scrubbed his account immediately because he was visiting a ton of conservative websites and Elon's websites. I don't know. I'm suspicious of Elon. But I mean, Twitter's better than most. That's for sure. I agree.
People are going to be suspicious of everything. I think that's just human nature. But, you just have to put your trust into something. And at a certain point, nobody's perfect in this world. Nobody's going to have all the answers. Like, you have to. I just look at. I know you're not a fan of former President Trump. I am. I think he was a great leader for the world. I think the world was in a much more stable place. In 3 years, you can just see what happened to the world. I think these type of the mass shootings, these type of things happen. And I'm not by any means, I'm not saying it's okay. I pray for those victims. I pray for those families. But at the same time, these things happen in the world. Like, these things have happened since the beginning of time. Like, people have gone rogue and just done things like this. I mean, the media does blow things out of proportion, but at the same time, I think that Twitter's in a much, or X is in a much better place than it was. And I think Elon is at least being transparent enough to say, you know, I'm going to open source it. I'm going to give people the ability to see what's going on. And of course, nobody's going to be 100% squeaky clean. Nobody gets to that high level being 100% squeaky clean. I think that's just fair for everybody to say. But I also want, you just have to also see the truth of what's actually happening in real time. Are we in a better place 3 years later? Or are we in a worse place? Or is X in a better place? Or is it in a worse place? And I think that's where that's where the determination should be made. You know, but again, everybody has their own right to that opinion. And I think it's important because there's guys on the border, there's people on willing to sacrifice their lives for that freedom of choice that we have here. And I think we don't realize as people that for us to be able to have that train of thought, that there's people that willingly sign their life away to be like, yeah, you have that right to say that. But
Yeah,
I
I
don't know. I
agree.
just kind of went on a tangent real quick.
I don't hate Trump or anything, but I'll tell you right now, I don't think they're going to let him even run in the next election. They're trying to line it up that he gets convicted of something, and I mean, it's so corrupt here. I agree. You know, he's not bad.
I think there is a kind of philosophical question though about who we can trust, because you know it's one thing for someone to say something, you know, and it's another to look at their track record. But like, how long of a track record do you need, and like, what's the cost of letting them do things so that you can see their track record? For example, I have no idea because I'm not from England, but they had a prime minister there that was there for like, I don't even know, like 30 days or something crazy. And like, you know, she ended up like, there was a lot of a big financial change that happened, right? A lot of money turned hands, and it seemed like an accident. And so it was just like, you know, I just think that there's like, you know, recognizing the limitations of like, we need to see someone's track record, but also like, how quickly do we evaluate their track record to see, like, to catch them going the wrong direction? Because some projects take a long time to unfold. So it's like, maybe, you know, people will look at Ryan Cohen, they're like, well, why isn't GameStop already profitable? He's been there for a while. It's like, well, one, he wasn't CEO the whole time. But like, it's also, you know, takes a big ship takes a long time to turn it around, right?
I mean, look
And
at Warren Buffett
yeah.
with Berkshire Hathaway. It was nothing more than a failing textile company. I mean, it didn't take him 1-2 years to turn that ship around. It took him a long time.
Right.
You know, same situation. And the fact
And
that
so
Ryan Cohen has turned a, you know, GameStop into a, you know, it's not crazy profitable, but he's canceled out a lot of the debt. And do that for a company that was supposed to be dead in the water 4 years ago. I mean, it's pretty amazing, in my opinion.
But Warren Buffett didn't even turn around that textile company. All he did was buy another company that sold trading stamps, which in my opinion is the total scam, like a huge, huge scam. And the fact that people look at that and say like, oh, he's such a good investor, it's like, no, like he literally caused inflation in our entire country for a decade because of him trying to save some dumb textile company. Yeah. So the trading stamps were, if anyone doesn't know, basically like you would, stores would hand them out, and you collect all these coupons, then you could like get things from a catalog. And so the way that they would make money is, one, they like the one store that starts offering them, they have to up their prices to factor in the fact that they're giving you essentially money that you can only use in one place. And so it automatically, all the stores, then their prices all went up, and all because of and then the business part of it was they got, you know, Warren Buffett got all the money up front because all the stores would pay for those booklets at the beginning of the year, and then they would cause 10% inflation in the country, and then, you know, even if most of, like, only 98% of the people would even turn in those stamps, but even when they turned them in, they would buy things from a specific catalog, so they're already making, you know, at least 50% on it plus another 10% of the inflation. It's like, in my mind, I'm just like, it's like such a horrible thing, and I don't know why people don't know that.
How are you
That's how
gonna
he
do that
made
to
his
me,
money.
Michael? I love my Buffett.
Yeah.
How are you gonna do that?
I'm sorry, man. I mean, I don't know. I don't know since then. I just like,
He's predator. He's
He's very
predatory.
predatory.
He bought up a bunch of manufactured housing companies and streamlined them, and then he just has really horrible financial terms. You know, a lot of poor people bought these houses thinking they were going to last. These houses were made terribly, and as soon as they got behind on payments, they would lose everything they put into the house. He's got a really bad track record.
wow, I didn't even want to hear that. That makes it even harder to sleep at night.
Hey Mike, I just looked at the time.
Yeah.
I gotta get some rest, man. I got
All
work in
right.
the morning, brother.
Sounds
Hey,
good.
thank
Thanks
you.
for coming in.
Of course, thank you for everybody. Appreciate it. Let's go, man. We got this. Teamwork makes the dream work. We're all individual
yeah.
investors. To the moon, baby. We got
To the
this.
moon.
Let's
See you,
go.
man. Let's go.
Let's go.
Michael, do you want to go off on a real quick tangent regarding like cost of living and where to live after MOAS and all that stuff? You want to hear my
Sure.
brief story about living
Yeah.
cheap? So I lived in LA my whole life, and I felt like it was time to go a couple years ago. So I hopped in my car and I started driving. I was looking for I'm a communal living type of person. I was ready to leave the modern world. You know, I think cities are all about consumerism and they put up boundaries between human beings. So I started driving and I got to the Midwest. I got to Kansas and I was like, whoa, you know, I'd never experienced weather like this before in the spring and the summer. And so I started hanging out there, and I started hanging out with like some of the Amish and Mennonite people in the area. And there's all varying degrees. There's old order folks who are horse and buggy out here. And there's some who are kind of middle of the road who have smartphones and stuff like that. And that really blew my mind. It's a totally different way of living when you're detached from the modern world and kind of pull the plug on all that. And it becomes a lot easier to live in a frugal manner. And it's super cheap out here, Kansas and Oklahoma. I highly recommend it. I recommend there's a town I like to go to a lot called Hutchinson. It's about 45 minutes northwest of Wichita. And these main street towns, these old railroad towns that have a main street, that's really important. It's such a communal way of interaction compared to a normal city, which is really car-based in America. We have very few walkable cities, and I find it a lot more social. So, I mean, if you want to live cheap, go on Zillow, look for a pretty cheap house in one of these types of towns. You know, this town, Hutchinson, is about 50,000 people. It's got a couple of cool breweries and good coffee and some good food and stuff like that. But you are detached from kind of like the mainstream city life. And I bought a condo for $75,000. It's cheap as hell. And, you know, if I can make $50, $100 a day in the market, and I also do like some substitute teaching. I make a little money on the side just to be busy.
Yeah.
I was just trading from home for a while, but it's really boring. You know, it's good to have some sort of purpose and some sort of job. And it is possible. You know, there are some decent jobs out there in some really cheap towns. And I highly recommend these like old Main Street towns. It's really cool.
Nice. Yeah, no, I mean, I want to do the van life, my wife and I, you know, so I'm gonna buy a new transit van and just, you know, make it legit. So that's my dream. But
Awesome. Well, I'm going to dip out. If anybody has any questions,
thanks, man.
you can hit me up on Reddit.
All right.
Thanks for having me on.
Any other thoughts? Are you guys?
No,
have
I think
lots Go
Well, I'm trying to think. Actually, I did have just a. I think I had one more. Well, just the Ryan Cohen, to just finish up that like kind of idea was this is the person that he quoted right here. So how much government intervention there is. There's Marxism, where the government is completely in control of everything that happens, so that people aren't, you know, just so that corruption can't happen, I guess, or so that like he says like fetishizing. I like making a
But the
fetish
prob-
out of capital. And
yeah, but the problem is, the longer we go to the left, I see more corruption, because the more centralized it gets, the more you know who to pay off.
that's
But
true.
go on.
Yeah. And then you have Keynesian economics, where basically you don't have to control things. You can just selectively pump money into certain places, and then the course will move that way. So the U.S. is definitely a Keynesian economics sort of. I actually don't know as much about the Chicago school, so I need to keep doing my homework. And then there's just like I guess a limited government, where maybe you just set the regulatory framework for it, and then you have the Austrian school, which is this is the guy that he was quoting, and he just says basically no, no regulation, just let it ride.
I can see the appealing of the Austrian school, with some moderation, but I think that's where it needs to go. I cannot see how you can get a centralized system without it being corrupt. It's just been proving so many times it always gets corrupt. I haven't seen a picture where it doesn't get corrupt.
Although to be fair, like I mean, to like actually look at history, right? I was like, well, I wonder the Austrian school, right? This person that he quoted, well, he said it, right before World War One and World War Two, where Austria like stopped existing for a bit because it just became part of Germany. So when you are laissez-faire like that, what do you do if your neighbor becomes super powerful and decides to take you over?
I heard another one thing. I don't know if it's true or not, but but the story is that Austria wanted to be a part of Germany after Hitler got elected. He deleted all the debt and just created a new currency, and they used that to buy stuff. And Austria wanted to also scratch their way of doing it, so they kind of just wanted to be a part of Germany. But whether that's completely true or not, I just found the thought interesting that and that's why they joined them.
Sorry, I was typing in the chat. What was the? That's why who joined who?
So I haven't fact checked this at all. It's just, I guess, a tweet maybe that just landed in my head. I can remember now. But the story was this: that Hitler get elected, he deletes all the debt, create a new currency, and with this he can do all this work where they didn't have money before. Now they have money, so they have their own resources, and so they do build infrastructure and build all this, and suddenly Germany flourishes after they cut off the dead leg of debt. And Austria sees the way how it goes in Germany and sees Hitler as a strong leader. He had a very high appealing before he went crazy, and so they saw that and they wanted to join that, and that's why they kind of like voluntarily became part of Germany. But if it's true or not, I'm not sure of it.
Yeah, I've been kind of putting some pieces together as far as like trying to go back, and it's like hard, one in like this like a mindset of a modern day, but also here in America where, the size of Germany is like completely unrelatable to me, whereas like I mean, just to have so much space and not have close neighbors that are completely like so different. I mean, in America, we got two nice big oceans on both sides and pretty chill neighbors on the top and the bottom. So it's quite different than this like kill or be killed kind of mentality over there. And so, yeah, I mean, like all we can see is that it's like pressure is put, right? Like, if Germany was made to pay for World War One, that bankrupts them. Well, it's going to create a lot of people that are pretty pissed off, and they're going to turn to someone that's going to help them survive, and they're going to want a strong leader. I mean, if you go over to the Middle East, and a lot of people, you ask them like, what do you think about Saddam Hussein? They're like, yeah, he was a great leader. It's like, I mean, I guess as long as you weren't Kurdish, right? But like because he was willing to take people on and get stuff done. And so it I think a lot of people have a hard time measuring the cost, everything, but they also just don't even want to measure the cost because it's either I'm spoon fed this and I'm not hungry anymore, or I go hungry. So I think people don't even want to think about counting the costs of each thing. They just want to take theirs, and they don't care. If there's like 100 people in line and there's only 10 items, they don't care if like they push their way to the front of the line, or let's say someone else push their way to the front of the line and drag them along with them. Like they don't really care what the cost was or whether it's fair, because well, they weren't going to get it either. Like if they hadn't have done it, they wouldn't have got it.
Yeah, and I agree. And so people must have a better moral compass so they can elect people that can do their country right. And in the old days, or at some point, they used the Bible, the Quran, whatever, like a religion, a piece of paper to set the pathway of what is moral and what is immoral. So they have a guidance in what is right and wrong. And I think we need to evolve on that, and like instead of like teach our young like what is right and what is wrong, like you shouldn't steal, and like 741, the thing about a creditor had loaned money to two debtors. I think that's also why we see 741 all the time, and I think it's like for guidance, the best guidance is a good story, and I think we need to tell good, morally strong stories so that we can have a higher morality in our civilization, because we need that guidance.
See, that's so complicated because different people have different, moral standards. It's like how Michael was saying with the, if there's only 10, I don't know what you said, plates of food and there's 100 people. I mean, what if person 12 decides to just step out of line, push everybody else aside and go grab his, and then person 25 sees that, and then next thing you know, you get a flock of people and they're fighting over this food. And that's where it comes, nothing's unlimited, and that's where it gets so complicated with human nature is we have a limited amount of resources on this planet. And when desperate times comes desperate needs, and however much more moral power you have within yourself, if you're hungry, you're going to naturally, want to be fed. And sometimes people do pretty hasty things to do that. And that's where it kind of becomes a huge issue. I mean, it's like how Michael said, the cluster of around Europe and all the different backgrounds, religions, and viewpoints. And then there's the United States where, by the end of the day, how the United States came to be, it's got a pretty dark story to it, and we've been able to create a more, I should say, centralized standard. So we have less complexities, but as we get older as a nation, does that start going downhill? It's called the United States for a reason. It's the United States. We've already seen it with California. They have their different views, and California is a big powerful state. So what happens if they decide to detach from the United States? And that's where it just becomes a situation where it's so complicated beyond ourselves, and that's where the question is. At that point, do we have the centralized power to kind of guide us, or do we have the decentralized power? Because the centralized power is, it's not doing what we see best fit. So it's just so complicated.
I think the plate of food is a good example because, if you had a centralized one, is it that the people that are handing the food out, do they not know that there's only 10 plates of food? Did they pick who got to be there first, right? Is there people at the end of the line that are thinking, hey, I'm going to figure out a better way to do this. I know, we'll just split each plate into 10 pieces. Would everyone be on board to get a tenth of a plate of food rather than a whole plate of food? I think, you kind of see that is a good example of the limitations of decentralization and centralization is it's like, you know, we look around and it's like, well, is our government and governments around the world, are they too dumb to not have better results, like more synergy, and or is it that they're corrupt and there's something they get out of it?
Yes.
The other complication around the government is you know, we have our lifetimes. You know, on average, at least for Americans, we have at least 70 years if we live, at least 70 years if we live a good, healthy, strong life. When you're a government leader and you obviously know more information than the general population, and you see how things actually are, and so many things stem from, you know, conflicts or situations or events that happened many years ago, way before these leaders were even put into power. And, you know, in the sense, they kind of have to think about, you know, the next 100, 200 years. So it comes down to, are they willing to do
Can you
pretty
hear
hasty
me?
things or
Yeah, we can hear
corrupt
you.
things to fulfill those? You know, it's kind of like, you know, we may be at good terms right now with Canada, but at what point does Canada say, you know, it's not going to be to our benefit to be friends with the United States anymore, and we're going to slowly start to depart from them?
Yeah. What are your thoughts, Angel? Welcome, by the way.
Yeah. I think the whole 741 thing is bullshit. No disrespect to anybody, but I've been there, and yeah, I don't know. I
When
don't
you
know how to
say there,
explain
what do
it.
you mean there?
Uh, Without going into much detail, it's like a mental thing. I forgot who described it well. It was on the P.P. show. I forgot the guy's name. Um,
Empower?
no, it was that he works in that company. I forgot. Very respectable, credible guy. You know.
Mark Malonis.
No. I can't.
Marcus Malonis.
I can't remember for the life of me. But
Can I read
he pretty
something,
much.
Angel?
Huh?
Can I read something? So Lucas passage 741. There was a certain creditor that had two debtors. The one owed 500 pence and the other 50. And further down, like they forgave them both, and they asked them, who do you feel most sorry for? And so there's like a message that's just by point in the 741. And I think that's about something about, you know, it's a hint to the fractional reserve banking. You know, it's a hint about how we do our financial system. So that's why I see the 741. I see this passage telling back then that when you borrow someone money, you also kind of do a sin, because you take in, I guess back then, advantage of something in a dire situation of money. So you loan them because then you can get the benefit out of it. With something that have a trouble to pay the debt. And I think that's kind of what 741 also follow the rabbit in the matrix is about. You know, I don't think it's random. That's where it happens. I think it's because the way we have structured our monetary system is just sad and wrong. And I think
Yeah.
yes.
Okay, so like what you're saying, okay, no disrespect to you at all, right? Like I'm on your page. I see where you're coming from, right? But like to your point, there was this guy before, like a long time ago. I can't remember at all his name. He was on Reddit, but he was saying that he could read like the communication in numbers, like through trading. Like you know how you get level to whatever when you subscribe to whatever broker, and you can see any trades. And this guy, he pretty much could see like where the price was going in GameStop. I don't know if you were there or you recall that, but and if anybody recalls that, but he could really clear out like like a couple thousand a month
But I also agree that the thing goes on an algorithm that and those
Yeah,
algorithms repeat themselves.
that's what I'm
I
saying. Like he could read that. He could read that. Like he could see it in the trading, like in the. I don't get how he did it, but you know he actually. I mean you never know on Reddit, right? Some people could be lying or whatever, but I get where you're coming from. But it's an effect. It's like it's a mental effect. Like I really don't. I
no no
mean,
no no.
I
So
see where you're coming from, but I really don't get it. I've been there before though. That's what I can say that. Like I've been there
the algorithm
where
doesn't
you see stuff in numbers, you know, like in repetition or
So I think
whatever, and
there's
it comes up.
a difference between, like, I think people use 741 in different contexts, right? So
Yeah,
not everyone
yeah.
that uses it is like thinking that numbers are popping out of charts and stuff. So I mean, I think that there are kind of symbols of different movements, right? Like you have a sickle and a hammer, right? If you for Marxism, right? And so I think what Rolf is saying is that one of the symbols of the need for a new banking system could possibly have been a parable from the Bible that kind of talks about a complex problem. And I think that, you know, we have enough evidence in history to see how complex the banking problem is. For example, why are the Jews even in Israel right now at all? Well, they were in England back in, I think, like the 1500s or 1400s. And it was because the king of England couldn't, for you know, wanted to be extra religious and didn't want to be charging interest, right? Because that was illegal according to the Bible. Whereas so the Jews were the only ones that could then do that, and so. But also the Jews couldn't charge interest to other Jews, but they could charge it to other people who weren't Jews. So it was like this interesting kind of situation where they were the only ones that could fill a niche. It's kind of like, you know, who can work on Christmas Day or whatever. You know, it's someone that probably doesn't believe in Christmas, right? So it's interesting that they got kind of sucked into the whole banking thing before it was even I don't know that they were like always wanting to have done that, right? And then because that ended up, they got so good at it, then it caused problems that then ended up having to try and find different places, and then a lot of them ended up in like Russia, and I can't remember the political party. What was the political party that starts with a B? That took over before World War One or in World War One
For which country?
for Russia. The
bureaucrats.
Dang it. Anyway, the Jew.
Bolsheviks.
Yeah, there we go. They're the Bolsheviks. So I guess that they were being like the Jews were being discriminated against, and so they had to just like find someone to side with, and so they kind of sided with the Bolsheviks, and which the Bolsheviks, as soon as they got into power, like ended up kind of getting rid of the Jews. So it's like this sad story of just like of power and what that looks like, and yeah.
My whole thing with the 741 about him saying it's just a feeling. I'm not a religious. You know, I'm not terribly religious. You know, I believe in the human spirit and whatnot. And personally, I think that's what it kind of comes down to. I mean, there's so many types of religions out there, and there's been so many have come and so many have gone, and some that have turned really dark, and some that have done a lot of good things for people. And you know, you look at what 741s, and it has certain meanings with the certain numbers. You know, him saying that, you know, it is a feeling. You know, it is a feeling. You know, if it makes you feel good to say 741, and that motivates you to do something great for either yourself or somebody else, then by all means, let it be. If Martin Luther King lived by the number 741, then by all means, that is a powerful son of a bitch of a number right there. You know? And regardless if there's some kind of unknown entity behind whatever religion you follow, I mean, it just comes down to the human spirit. And sometimes human spirits can be incredibly ugly, and sometimes human spirits can be incredibly good, but they do ugly things. And then sometimes human spirits can just be just pure, and it just comes down to the feeling. And then back to I'm sorry, I can't remember your name. Rolfrack. Am I saying that right?
Yeah, yeah.
It comes down to that morality standard. You know, what do you live by morality? You know, what's your morals? What do you seek as right and wrong? You know, a baby doesn't cry when you get old goo goo gaga with it or throw it in front of a whatever that lady's name is on YouTube. You know, but it will cry if you start yelling. So it's just, you know, natural emotion that occurs behind, you know, what you feel. And that's just kind of how I see it with the 741 thing.
You mentioned morality, and it's like kind of interesting because in this same context, when I was thinking of what the facets of government would have to be, it's like it didn't even like occur to me that like the whole reason this channel that I even have is all for my psychology theory, and it's kind of based on that there's beyond that there's more than one dimension of value, and that you can, if you actually integrated all of them and tried to actually optimize the amount of value in all 7 different dimensions, that you would come to something objectively moral. And like what we like about our moral kind of leaders or people that inspire us is probably those qualities. I'll just skip this. So this is actually my theory right here, is that in these questions of morality, there's opposites that are both good, but are on opposite sides of right. So you could be rigid or you could be flexible, right? Well, there's times to be rigid and times to be flexible, or ways to, you know, you want to try and incorporate how you can be as rigid as possible, but as flexible as possible to the things that you should be. Then there's like looking at like from bottom up, like the process versus results, right? Some people are very just results oriented. They don't really care about the process. Whereas, you know, for me, like it's like, well, the process matters. I'd rather, you know, do the process the right way rather than just get good results. And I know it sounds kind of crazy, but like for me, the ends don't justify the means, more than for, it seems, other people. They're willing to, you know, do things that, in my opinion, don't justify. So then you have like a non-linear or complex versus linear or simple. You have interactive versus speculative. You have future versus present. You have specific versus general. And then you have direct versus indirect. And so we have all these different things that we should factor in. But there's typically, you know, to understand a personality and or the personality of a group or whatever, you could say like which ones of these like are you typically only like, there should be 3 or so that you typically only do one and not the other. That it's like, oh, I just don't like being flexible, because if I'm flexible, I'm never going to get what I want. Which, you know, I'm actually in a lot of ways I'd be that way, because it's like, well, like if I don't take initiative to do what I want, no one's gonna want the same thing as me. So if I don't make it happen for myself, no one's gonna like do that for me. Whereas other people are like, no, like it usually works out good, you know, to just be a passenger in the car. I would rather drive usually.
You know, Michael, this would be a great your slide you got here to put on the PP Reddit page.
Oh yeah.
Because what you just described is would be great for just, you know, behind all the tinfoil and our assumptions. I love what you said, but this would be a great little chart to throw on there.
Thank you.
Just think so.
I mean, I plan on,
like you said, you know,
I plan on doing a lot more shows about this, and even like interviewing people. I mean, if you look on my channel, I interviewed a friend that's actually a YouTuber. She's got a great channel, by the way. Highly recommend it. But it's the Diamond Net is her channel. Her name's Emerald. But so because these play in there, and the reason that we are here, actually, that we're all here together, is we have something in common, and we are this complex nonlinear. This is definitely what we all have in common, because we
All
see
in the
this whole
BBY play.
yeah
Sorry, Michael. Yeah.
yeah because like
We're
go ahead.
we're complete nuts, according to the rest of the world.
we are
Yeah, well, that-
disagreeable.
Say what?
We are disagreeable. Is that it?
No, complex and non-linear.
Complex
So-
and non-linear. Okay.
So in this dichotomy, this part of the dichotomy, you have let's see. Whoa. You have simple and linear versus complex and non-linear. Oh, actually, I can't see my oh, dang it. So we see like instead of it's just like this, other people just see it like, or like there's present and future, right? So they're like, well, in the present moment, like they're in bankruptcy, and it's like, okay, like the story, and then and no one even really agrees on where to tell the story from, right? Like we have all these parallel things going on, and other people are like, they're in bankruptcy presently, and presently the next step is the plan that they currently have, which says they're getting extinguished, right? So we end up butting heads with people that are mainly on the present and simple or linear, because we're over here in the future. We're willing to like hold for 2 years, right? And be very speculative. We like the speculative things over here, and the nonlinear. We're also very process oriented, right? We believe in the process of how this should go, and we're obviously not results oriented, because I mean, look at any of our accounts right now. Let's be honest, right? So
It's been hell.
Is this a rarity? This is it? So you made it very big. That could look like it's a normal distribution, where like
it is a normal distribution.
It is okay, because I was thinking like, why are not more people looking to it? You know, and I think with this play we have going, I think there should be at least like 10% of the population. I think it's just so massive that I cannot understand why people don't follow it and come to it.
Well, it's
and
too
even when
high
you try
risk.
but when you try to explain to it, you know, I've talked to people like until their ear fell off, and they kind of like didn't even want to talk to me.
There's not enough pleasure behind it. You got two emotions. You got pleasure and pain, and you know, we take the pleasure out of it, but a lot of people look at this and just see pain, and they'll just walk away from it and not even think twice about it. And I think that's why.
Okay.
I think it also has a lot to do just with like kind of personality. Like we each are trying to. So the way we work actually is we have a thought, we have a feeling, which is like something we want, a reward we want that's meaningful. And then we have a thought, which is how we like logically frame that up. And then it turns into an action. Like we're designed to do this one step at a time. Our emotions suggest a general approach, which is we have 7 emotions. And so each one of those, we like the expansive approach, maybe more often than not. We're like, oh, let's expand out bigger and expand out bigger. And then you logically frame it up. But if you don't like if you resist your emotions and whatnot, then the process gets gummed up. And so
Michael, I love these, man. These are awesome.
Thank you.
Yes.
So here it actually breaks it down into the 7 emotions, and they go in order. Actually, they're arranged in this it's not going around circularly. I have other ones that are doing that. This is arranged by opposites, right? So you have step 1, you just initiate, you just jump in, you do it. Step 2, then you deconstruct it, you find out what you jumped into. Step 3, you expand out to see like what's the context, like tangential relationships to what you jumped into. Then you start unifying all those things. Then you start implementing everything that you found so far. Then you preserve this plan that you made and that you're implementing. And then the last step is transformation, where you look to see if there's anything you can kind of tweak to make the intention and the outcome like more aligned. And so personality wise, we kind of joked that, in some of the spaces that everyone has autism, because a lot of us have expansion, which leads to ADHD, but a lot of us also have deconstruction, which leads to, like this Asperger's type of a personality, where we get fixated on, just getting to the nuts and bolts of things, having very specific definitions for things. And you can look at each one of these as like a different car. So this one, the number 1, is like a sports car. Number 2 is like a tractor, like an excavator specifically. Number 3 is like a camper van, or an RV. Number 4 is like a minivan. Number 5 is a truck, heavy duty truck, like able to, carry things. Number 6 is like an armored car, like just like something, or a Volvo, something that's gonna not like, that's gonna be very safe. And then 7 is like maybe like a limousine. So the thing is, all of them drive on the freeway of society, except for the tractor. Just really doesn't go down the freeway very well. The RV, the camper van, it might kind of be awkward on the road, but and maybe the truck, if it has a big trailer it's carrying, that might be kind of problematic on the road. But they can kind of get by, and when you see a trailer coming up. But like when there's a tractor on the road, it's just really not good for doing that. And that's why it's so much where people think it's actually a disorder, when really it's just a personality type. A tractor is really good for digging, right? It's and if you understand that their primary vehicle they drive is a tractor, just make sure they have another road besides the freeway to go down, because they're not gonna do well there, until they learn how to integrate the other aspects of their life. We typically, of these, we have 3. So I mean, for me, expansion is my first one, so I'm like primarily ADHD, right? Not diagnosed or anything. I'm not taking any medication, and I never have, because I like being creative. Not that I'm against that. I don't know. Just, to me, I kind of value the way my brain works, and I'm scared to mess with it. But then deconstruction is probably my second one, and then the transformation one is probably my third. But typically in finance, actually, you get a lot of initiation. They're the ones. And I have these on my website. If you go to like my about page, you can see. Wish I could zoom in actually. Or wait, can I? So there's different ones on here, like so the inner ring is the specific tools, right? Like recognition, emulation. So it's like to when you're just jumping into something, you want to be able to recognize what works and then emulate it. Like I have a friend who is in law school, and or he just graduated law school. Man, like he can just like whatever it is. I don't like he can just mimic whatever. It's quite impressive. And strategy, making quick inferences. His inferences are quite impressive. Like just like boom. Like he'll make a plan really quick and implement it really quick. And then, but all these can go wrong, right? So cheating, exploitation, being overly competitive, right? Like, so that's what's making up intimidation. That's what's making up the financial world is these people typically find their way into it. You have the implementation people, well, they're out working hard, right? I was actually gonna do a whole video on the personality of Ryan Cohen, And so I think that the reason he's in the right place with us is expansion. I don't know which order, but that's probably one of his top three. And then I'd have to look it up, but I think implementation, that's hard work. I should have sorry, if you guys have any comments, I'm going to pull up something real quick I wasn't planning on sharing all these, but now I'm getting excited, so.
I think it's very good. And I think definitely expansion, number 3. Yeah, that's one of them.
So here's another one. So I put them actually in order of the way that they go. So you have charisma and confidence, recognizing, engaging, and it's bridging the gap of what's speculative to what's interacting. So that they can make a speculation and interact really quickly. For me, that's definitely not me. I mean, I'm trying to do that one better. And that's kind of one thing is when you realize which one you're good at, you can kind of find people that are good at ones that you're not and just try to absorb that, and practice. So intelligence and insight, that's dissecting and testing. It's moving from things that look simple and linear to the complexness that's there. So that's me. I really like dissecting and testing things. Like I can't even believe something unless I test it myself. I just I couldn't do it, right? And I don't even really like things that I don't really know how they work. So then there's creativity and perspective, analogizing and innovating, and it's taking the specific into the general. So it's like, well, what group does this thing work in? This is where ADHD happens, is because you see a pencil on the desk, and immediately it's no longer a pencil, but it's a category of things, everything that could replace a pencil. You're thinking, okay, well, it's a writing implement. There's pens, there's chalk, there's lipstick, there's whatever can actually write, a quill. But then you're like, well, it's also in a category of being a weapon, because you could stab someone with a pencil. And so it's like your brain kind of tangentially extrapolates from this object that's there. And so instead of seeing that object, your mind just gets pulled into these tangential relationships between that thing and whatever it could possibly be related to. Then you have kindness and connectivity. It's incorporating and unifying. It's taking what's present into the future, right? And so it's saying hey, if I really appreciate something here in the present and harmonize it in a good way, it'll make a better future. So it's good at taking it from that step to the next step. Then you have reliability and responsibility. It's committing and applying. It's taking the flexible to the rigid, because it's saying, look, I have this flexible plan of kindness, connectivity, all these things that came before it, steps 1 through 4. And so how do I actually firmly stand for what I believe in? Where does the rubber hit the road? And so then you have order and preparedness. It's reinforcing and insulating. And it takes the direct to the indirect. So it says there are direct threats to this, but what are all the indirect threats to that? And that's one that I think Ryan Cohen has, which is why he's very reserved and doesn't come out, is because these people, there'd just be too many. So it's associated with danger and safety is the thing. It's actually the emotion is fear. But if someone's good at it, they don't it's not like they have fear. They have each of the 7 emotions are a positive experience, but if you resist them, they're negative. And so for him, he's good at being ordered and prepared for things, reinforcing it. So for me, the fact that he's creative and prepared means that he's thought of everything that could possibly happen. He has plan A, B, C, D, E, and and so that gets me really excited, and also just being committed and applying that. that he has a track record of making things happen, getting the rubber to hit the road. And then the last one is wisdom and beauty. It's aligning and refining. And it's taking the bottom up to the top down. So it's trying to see like, okay, now that we actually, it's supposed to be opposite. Is it going from top down to
I
bottom
think
up?
top down and bottom up.
Yeah, so it's taking well, it kind of goes both. Actually, I'm not really sure.
Is it a
It goes both
flip-flop
ways.
situation? Okay.
Well, because it's what restarts the cycle. So
Okay.
so it's like looking at kind of both at the same time. Like it's bringing both of those ideas together, and it's saying like, okay, like if I factor in the bottom up and the process and then the actual results, how can I better mix those together, which then leads the cycle to start again with another action. Do you have any questions? Or
Well, I'm learning quite a lot tonight. Wow.
so this is what kind of what a personality would look like, and I'm actually going to be making. I was thinking about actually making a soul-bound NFT for people, where you could get your personality typed, and it would be an NFT that could be used as part of your because identification is an important thing in, I mean, I guess in anything, but especially in a crypto sense, where it's like, how do you know that the person you're dealing with is a real person? So this could be one way. It's like, well, even though a personality, in my opinion, isn't a static thing, there's definitely enough elements that are like, it's enough to where I've been able to like actually predict people's oldest memories.
I actually like
Which
it
is-
because this could, you got the whole integration of AI, and sometimes you really don't know if you're talking to a bot or if it's an actual person. So, kind of integrating this ideal you got going on here, I mean, it could give you a little more comfortability of, am I talking to a human being, someone with emotions, and can kind of understand where I'm coming from, or am I talking to an emotionless bot? So.
Yeah, and if you say so I'm actually trying to make a website, which it's, I mean, I have one. It's mindandemotion.com, but I'm going to do another one where you can make blog posts, and then you can search by personality type, rather than just whoever pays the most money to get in front of you. So that you could say like, I want to read about whatever tractors or whatever, but from someone that thinks like me, or someone who thinks opposite of me. And so you could like move the sliders around, and then it could, and then, so say you found someone like you, well, if you ask them, like, you could quickly see whether they really were like you, like whether it was real. Especially if you asked a follow-up question, it's like, oh yeah, no, like they either would or wouldn't. So yeah,
This could almost be used as like a security situation. If like you're trying to log into something, like let's say it's a crypto wallet, you may have forgotten your keys or something, and the computer would ask you certain questions, or ask you to say things. They could, this chart here could kind of identify you better and maybe help you to get back into your whatever it is you're trying to get back into. Like in an email, trying to get back in an email, and ask you like certain security questions, like where were you born, or what was the first name of your first pet, kind of situation. So
I actually have a text analysis which takes, like, say you write a whole paper, it would actually give a printout like this, but actually measurements of each one. If you go to my website.
I have a question about education. So, if you use this personality and you are one of them, would it be better for you to receive learning from the same personality type that you are, or is there something to that could be relevant?
Both. Yeah, I mean, like, for example, in a relationship, what I found is that people typically will have 2 out of the 3 in common, but their dominant one will be opposite. So, or different at least, because otherwise because you're missing a piece, but that piece is unrelatable unless you already had 2 that are the same. So I think that the more you like, as I've, I mean, like, because if you find it's mainly like barriers to communication can be overcome because you can at least know where to start the conversation. Like it can go further, but it's like, let's say that I know that someone is expansive, right? Like I would maybe start in a different place than if I know someone is this implementation, right?
Right.
You know, they want a hands-on example that's classical, that's like has time tested behind it, right? So for me, it'd be very like if I know if I was going to share something I knew with a person with that person, I would start off with an example that's time tested, and then I would start getting crazy with the expansive sort of things. And similarly with me, right? Like if someone, you know, for me, it was really hard to pay attention in school if someone showed a lack of perspective.
So, so I think a lot. I've always liked to know how does thing function, not because I need to know how it actually do, but like the basic concept of how it works. And I think that's also why, you know, you can just see how much wrath there are in the world, because if you just see like the concept of something to function, then you can see that there is definitely something that is not functioning proper, um, with all these things we're touching about, like talking about.
And that I mean that tells me something about your personality. One of the aspects is functionality, and they
In
want
number three,
immediate feedback. It's actually number one, but we have three. We use three. They're just like in an order, right? And so the charisma and confidence one, which you have both charisma and confidence, so it would make sense that you would be able to spot what works and what doesn't work, and you would want kind of immediate feedback. Let's see. So this is kind of, for example, here's what that one we were looking at. Here's me, and this is a friend who's actually the lawyer. Although if you have a life-changing event, it can kind of shift this dramatically. And it can be very difficult because it's just physiologically very, I don't want to say expensive, but just like it takes a lot of energy to use one of these that you don't typically use. So my friend, for example, after having a kid, it made him really start looking at the process and not just the results, because it's like, well, how do you really feel about all these things about being a new parent, right? Like, how do you feel? I don't even want to bring up the topics, right? Just because they're usually kind of hot button topics, but like, it's like, you know, it wasn't a matter of just discussing them. It's like, well, he had to know for himself. And so it no longer, having a kid was no longer this simple or linear thing. It was very complex and nonlinear, very speculative and very kind of process oriented. And, you know, so it was just very draining for him in that kind of stage of growing. So this is kind of like what someone's personality, I guess, would look like if you,
So,
yeah.
in terms of like, okay, if you have a traumatic event, this can change, but can one rewire themselves? Like, let's say I wanted to be more focus oriented. You know, do I need that traumatic event to rewire, or am I just stuck with what I have? And you know,
You could pull on the string and create the trauma yourself. So when I say trauma, like I guess I'd have to define that, because so I would say a trauma is a question that seems very important and very difficult to answer. And so you even wanting to change to a focused kind of approach to life would mean that the trauma has already begun. You know, so there's the rest of the iceberg under there, which is why do you want to be focused? So it's like you're already starting to see value in something you didn't see value in before, which was being focused. And so once you kind of figure that out, it like will make more sense. But it's like it's like kind of like using your left hand. Like it's there, you know, but to like, you're going to always instinctually go with your dominant hand. And so to say like, okay, this is a good opportunity to use my left hand to practice, you know, right? It takes a lot of extra work, but once you do, I mean, it adds a whole nother color to the painting, you know, the beautifulness of the painting. It adds a whole nother dimension of of value to your life, but it is difficult. So most people actually only have really, because they're stacked in like a first place, second place, third place, their third place one isn't even really as relevant, right? So, you know, that's why people are very kind of two-dimensional, I would say, that they have two identities maybe they're reacting to. Whereas like we have 7 things we should be reacting to, not just like 1 or 2. So it's like if initiation, right? Like that's, you know, they could be a lawyer or a salesman, or an athlete, right? So, but if that's your whole identity is I'm just the athlete guy, right? It's like, well, that's not like, that's not good. That's just one dimension, right? You know, it could be like, oh, I'm the hardworking athlete. Okay, that's 2 dimensions. It's like, you know, I'm the hardworking, really prepared athlete. Okay, there's 3. But like, you know, when I think that what messes this whole process up is identity. That we identify with our strengths rather than just trying to integrate all of it. And so it's not that identity is bad, it's just irrelevant. And when and it's really easy to get caught up in, because it's like, oh, I'm the creative guy. Which means I have to innovate, I have to make jokes, otherwise like I'm worthless. And it's like, no, maybe I should just listen rather than like, for me, I realized like I had a really hard time listening to people because I thought that people didn't want me around if I wasn't making them laugh. And so my mind would be going a million miles an hour trying to think of the funniest joke. And it couldn't be a double entendre. It had to be a triple entendre. I mean, it was like, you know, to the point where I wouldn't be able to hear what they were saying because I was so busy trying to make a joke. And then they just wouldn't appreciate it.
I've tried to not the joking part, but all the time someone will be talking to me about something, I'll be trying to think of. I already sometimes feel what they're gonna say, so I'm already saying a response in my head, and I'm just getting ready for them to stop talking so I can just say, and then I lose a lot what they say. So it's kind of funny you say that. So, but that's something I'm trying to rewire myself to not do and actually listen to the conversation.
And part of that, you know, would be my guess, and it's also the fact that you would have deconstructed your life and to figure that out supports the idea, right, of that the deconstruction one, right? Like it wants to test things, and so it's like if I can guess what they're going to say, that's the best way of testing whether my model of them is accurate. And then it's also the way they can trust me to know that I know them, right? And so, I mean, I definitely relate to that. So, but it's also the tractor approach. So,
Okay. I like tractors. If you never run a tractor, I highly recommend it.
But that's the crazy part, right? So, like, how would I be able to guess from one thing that you said that you would like tractors? Because I've driven a tractor too, right? So, and it's like not a coincidence that that's like the general approach is this digging that we see value in, preferentially to compared to other approaches, the other 6 approaches, and yeah, so
all very interesting.
Let's see what there's. So here I have it kind of broken down into the different actions. Let's see what other ones I'm. Oh, so I actually found out I could guess not only what type of ADHD, whether or not someone had ADHD by their earliest memory themes, but what type, which was crazy. So
that's the best thing about. I can go on a little limb and just make a little compliment to the PB show. That's the best thing about the PB shows is you really do get, you know, him allowing to, you know, bring people in and whatnot and discuss how we, you know, may see this situation that we're on. You know, you get all these different types of personalities and the way people think, or, you know, I mean, you look at Jake and he's so well at, you know, taking the time and patience to go through these boring documents that, 99% of us will probably go through a paragraph and we'll probably get bored of it. But, his personality allows him to just, go through it and take into consideration what it's actually saying. And then there's you, Mr. Michael, and you bring such a value to the team in itself. And ABC, it's amazing. It's honestly what's really kept me glued and never pressing that sell button is like, it's either you got really smart guys here and we're all talking discussions and whatnot, or we're just a bunch of fools and we're just in over our heads. So it's been great to, what you brought here. So
sweet, thank you. I feel the same. There is a lot of people that I really respect. Talking to OK Betts, talking to Hey Ross, talking to Kevin Malone. It's like, these are people that they're not dumb, and I don't think they're scamming me. So,
that's the thing. It's so hard. You gotta I'm not gonna lie. When I first came on, I was like, okay, I have no idea who this man is. I didn't even know his name before this play. So, it's you kind of have to read people's body language, and maybe, like you said, it's just kind of hard to get a clarity over people, but this kind of helps with me.
Yeah.
But I like Bill. I'm not saying I don't like him. He's like a good fella. So
he is pretty cool. What were you gonna say, Rolf? It seemed like you're gonna say something.
Oh, I lost my train of thought, so I can't remember.
So also how this kind of works is we typically have, of the three, some of them are kind of opposite, so we'll kind of get pulled in a direction. Like this specific one is when someone has unificate. Go ahead. What's your question?
So it was because you had this thing about ADHD, could predict if you had it or not. And I was thinking, I haven't been tested for it, but I was thinking, even if I did have this ADHD, I would medicate myself for it. And I think a lot of people that, I'm not a doctor by any means, so this is just intuition talking, and I could be as wrong as I'm right. But I think it's so wrong that, so you essentially want some of these characters' traits, you want to medicines to make the trait less, because the function of these traits comes there because of nature. Like at some point, these traits was valuable to have, and they can still be valuable today. So I just think it's sad that we have a culture of medicate a lot of things that maybe not even are a problem.
Yeah. No, I think that it's a matter of getting people in the right direction, because and I think that that's something I'm really excited about. It seems that Protocol Gemini and the people around that kind of whole space, they're trying to leverage these people that are really good at expansion, these kind of ADHD people that society, especially how the school system works, has not really been very helpful to, right? The school system is not helpful to kids that are.
Oh. Am I legged out? Oh,
Lagged
you legged
me
out,
out.
Michael.
My internet keeps going in and out. It's really annoying. But so
You
I'm
said
excited.
School system.
Yeah, the school system is for those people that have that expansive approach, right? They would be kind of like an ADHD. They are very creative and innovative, and if you can put them in the right direction, they can be very useful. And so I'm glad that it seems that people are excited about our community and helping us be successful. So I think that each person, one thing I want to do is that this can help people figure out what job is good for them. Because I met a guy, he was initiation, so unification, and expansion. So I was like, man, you'd be really good at selling stuff, but you would really hate it. And he's like, how did you know? This is an Uber driver, literally, that's driving me from the airport. And he's like, it's funny you say that. He's like, I've done it like 4 times, and he's like, I am usually really good at it, but it just really drains me. And I was like, well, it's because you have unification, and those people do not want to sell things to people because the relationships they make, they just couldn't put a price on it, and they couldn't imagine like just trying to make it about money. And so but they like people and they're good at staying in contact, right? So there's other people that might not want to make it about money, but they're also just not good at staying in contact with people, so they can't like, build that relationship. Yeah. So hopefully we can, if people understand, like, okay, I have these strengths, these are the things I should probably work on, and this is maybe, a job that would be helpful. But it's also like I have a video about like learning styles. So it's like for kids, like you could figure out what learning style your kid is. Maybe they don't need public school because maybe their personality type just doesn't do well. Or maybe their personality type really likes public school. Like if someone has unification, they want to go to school. Like yeah, go ahead.
I really like what this can do. For instance, also this like getting the job that's right for you, so you don't dread all the hours you spend there, so that you can fit something that you would actually like and can see value in. So I think that would be so good, because if you can make like a framework that makes more people hit the right job title, it means that people will be more happy when they are productive.
Exactly.
And so I think that's very, very good. So I've done like a disc. This is like completely different than a disc. It's much more detailed.
Yeah.
And so you have made this. Is that because you didn't see like accurate measures today? Like there's a disc, there's other measurements.
Yeah, no, I didn't like the way people talked. I mean, I just didn't like the way they talked about personality at all. Like in any way, like it's like it like it either seemed subjective, or even if it was somewhat accurate, it seemed that kind of counterproductive to like basically, okay, here's your personality type, and it's like, well, now what? Right? And it's like, well, now you know that you don't like these things, and it's like, okay, so they're only gonna be happy if they aren't around these things. And it's like, that's not how it works. People, I can actually narrow down, like by just getting memories, like unrelated to whatever trauma. Let's say someone had a trauma. If I just start asking memories, I can, by the themes, there's 7 different themes. I can like see the trail of themes. There's like 3 different themes, and then suddenly there's a 4th one comes out. And so I can narrow down to when exactly their trauma was.
And everyone has trauma.
No, actually, well, I mean, everyone has different kind of levels of it. There's like about 1 in 10 people have like a pretty life-altering one where they don't revert back to their old pre-trauma self, where they just like expand their personality and then just keep it. A lot of people then might have a trauma, but then go back to the way things were before. And so so someone who's had a trauma, instead of having 3 core emotions, they have 4. And if you had a second trauma, you could have 5 core emotions, and theoretically, you could get all up to 7, but
So would it be a good thing to have all 7, or would it be better to be specialized in 3?
Well, you can't ever you couldn't ever be better. Well, I don't know if better. I mean, the goal is to do all of them. You don't have to work hard to be good at what you're already good at, because you're just automatically always going to get better at it. Unless you have some sort of trauma where now it's like, let's say that you were charismatic and confident, and let's say that your trauma is that got you in big trouble, and you're just the biggest a-hole if you're ever confident. Any amount of confidence, and then everyone's just going to jump on you and say like you're just an a-hole. Well, so unless you, because of a trauma, you repress a part of you that you previously were good at, all that, like learning new approaches, the 7 approaches is great. It's just when we have an identity, you can't do your opposite. So if your identity is being quiet and understanding, your identity can't also be that you're assertive and confident and charismatic.
Yeah.
And yeah.
Well, I got in trouble for it. I have a big mouth and I like to speak my opinion. And so definitely I've been more outgoing that I am today. So yeah, I can see that.
So
Yeah.
how would you so me personally, like I'm pretty self-reserved. I consider myself more of an introvert in situations, but I like to listen to people. My ear tunes to. I mean, one of my big things is listening to podcasts because I can intake so much information from them. And that's really what got me into the world of the economic world and understanding investing and whatnot. But long story short, okay, let's put me in a work environment. I'll kind of keep to myself. I'll listen to other people's conversations, and I kind of pick and choose. A certain person who I maybe want to branch out to more, and then other people I really don't. It's not I have nothing against them. I just have no click to stir up some kind of conversation with them. But then there'll be other situations where I will be full and confident. I will be loud. I will be obnoxious. And it's just I kind of get confused there and it depends on the situation, of course, too. But
Like, how good at like causing anarchy could you be if you needed to topple a government? Could you do it?
if you get me riled up enough, and if the cause is worth it, I just might, But
So I can guess what your personality is, which is quite interesting. I think you're actually the same as me.
okay.
It might be that. So there's another level to it, which is concrete versus abstract, and risk assessing versus. So we might be different in that. I mean, I don't know. Let's see.
Okay, let me throw you another one.
Yeah, go ahead.
So there's another thing about me where I can be very patient about things and not reactive. So like fluctuations in the market. Like what got me into it was the whole cryptocurrency thing. I haven't worked for anybody for a little over 2 years now, so I kind of been on my own since then. But cryptocurrency has kind of got me into it, and as I was learning about it, you see these fluctuations in the market and whatnot, and I understood that these were not normal compared to like the normal markets, and it never really bothered me. And then you had your bull run, and I wasn't very reactive to that. I was amazed, but I wasn't very reactive. But then there's other situations where I'm talking to somebody, and I just kind of want them to get over what they're saying so we can continue on. So I can be impatient, but then I can be very patient and non-reactive.
So that's on the one. I actually kind of have two different words for it. One, I call it. Actually, I can just share this one. So that's this one over here. It's transformation. So it has presence, gratitude, actualization, aspiration, ethics, optimization, transcendence, and reframing. So there's like attitude, idealism, character, and fulfillment. It's what's looking like it notices trends. That's kind of the main thing it can do. And so when you said I noticed a trend about the market, right? That so that shows that one had to have been in play. And then you also said just watching. So these people, like, they get something called derealization. And so it's that, like, when you zoom out, so you're here, but then you zoom out and then you're watching yourself. So you're watching someone else, but then now you're watching yourself watch them. But then you're watching yourself watch them. And you just keep zooming out until you're like, I'm so out of my body. Like, where even, like, who am I? What am I?
Where am I? I don't even know where I was. Yeah.
Exactly. So that's the thing is that this one, if it's in the third position, then that means it's kind of your shadow function, which could lead to anarchy, right? Because they understand how the trends work and how the hierarchies work. This one's if this is someone's first one, they're gonna be at the best school, the best, best job, like best dressed, everything. And but if it's in third place, they understand how that works, but like they don't really care. But like they can mess with the system if they wanted to because they're aware of it and kind of fluent in it. But yeah. So you also said, let's see. So you said you did crypto for a little bit. I can't remember. There's a second thing you said that kind of supported it as a.
That's what got me into like understanding economies and market fluctuations.
Oh, just watching
Just kind of
people, though.
understanding the broad sense of how the moving world of money works, essentially.
Yeah. Like following the money, it's like, well, I want to, where is that money going? But it's like these people usually have, like, because they watch people, they're it's the last step. So they're the last to act. If this is in first place, they are the last person. They're gonna watch every other idiot jump in first. They're gonna like completely think about it and be like, all right, now I know what I want to do.
So you say that, Michael. It's hilarious you say that, and I'll tell you why. Because I'm the youngest of 6 kids between my 2 parents, and I've always lived on the ideal that I've seen where they screwed up growing up and whatnot, and it's like, okay, I'm not gonna go there. So it's hilarious that you say that, and that's kind of what I've lived by since then. So.
And that's the thing. When I make the claim I can guess people's earliest memories, and I think a lot of people hear that and they're like,
for this information.
it's like they think that it's like they think I'm kidding, and it's like, no, it's creeping me out. Like it's not like I'm like bragging, like, oh, it's like, no, like I literally don't know what to do. I'm like, how did I guess that was an early memory? But for you, it might be kind of interesting because if that transformation one is there, you also have expansion, which then also is not risk adverse. So it's like you'd be both risk adverse, but not risk adverse in a very weird way. So
interesting. Well, thank you for that. I appreciate the information.
And so what you said, you also said something about extroverted and introverted. So I have a completely different definition for extroversion and introversion, and I think it's like because there's no one that just like hates all humans, right? Or loves all humans all the time, right? But there's kind of 2 fundamental ways you can look at life. So say there's a snake, you could fundamentally see it as an asset. You're like, oh, here's all these good qualities about this snake. Or you could fundamentally see it as a risk, like, oh, here's all these risks about this snake. And so what I call extroverted is that it's asset appreciating. So it notices assets before risks, whereas introverted means that you notice risks before you notice assets.
Okay.
So yeah, and so I mean, you could focus that extroversion towards anything. I actually have a really cool video I did on that one. On my channel. Definitely recommend that one. And here's another kind of what's the motivator is so extroversion. It's motivated by meaningfulness or joy. It's asset appreciation. It's what is it in reference to itself? So it's like you look at a flower. You're not like thinking about what's your relationship to that flower. You're taking outside of yourself to think about the flower just as it is, which is a flower. And so you support that thing in its own direction that's going. Whereas introversion, it's logical and likes peace. It's risk assessing. And it's like, what is this in reference to me? Like, how is this a danger to me? Or I guess you could say a danger in general. But it introverts your attention because like there's something you have to do about it. Right? It could be that someone else is in danger, but like it introverts your attention because there's some like you would have to then participate in that thing, and so you're trying to control the direction of something.
Are we more likely to be introvert or extrovert? Do you think?
So we have 4 actually in the. Well, I mean, I guess this one is. I guess I could find a bigger one, but so you have the black the black ones or the filled colored ones is those are the extroverted ones, and then or the asset appreciating, and then you have the risk assessing one, which are the hollow ones. Then the round is abstract, and then the square is concrete. And so each person kind of has, like, you could say each is stacked in 4. So, but the first 2 I think matter the most. So, example for me, I'm probably abstract extroverted first, and then abstract introverted. So my personality is double abstract. So like I don't even need to, like, I could just keep thinking about ideas and be completely like satisfied. They don't have to come into reality in the same way that someone that's like double concrete who would, like, it has to be in the physical world, otherwise it doesn't exist. So, but a lot of people might have, they might be double extroverted, so they have concrete and abstract of extroverted, or so there's any combination of the 4. Yeah, and it's also kind of the type of data that we like to look at. So let's see if I can. Oh yeah, so well.
Have you ever heard of the podcast called We Study Billionaires?
What was it?
We Study Billionaires.
Actually, maybe I have heard of it. I don't remember what it's about or anything.
They'll do a variety. Well, kind of what you're doing now. They'll bring all sorts of guests on. They'll have guys who've been in the investing world for a long time, and they'll actually bring on like actual billionaires sometimes and just kind of have conversations. They'll bring on guys who have kind of conversations like this a little bit. But I was just thinking as you're talking about this, I was like, God, you probably get on an episode on there if you got in contact with them. And
well, if anyone wants to, let me know.
But yeah, this is great stuff.
Sweet. Well, any final questions? I guess maybe 4 hours is.
Where's Ryan Cohen?
Yeah,
well, that's the thing. If his really is preservation, if that's high up on his, the emotion is actually associated with his fear, and so it's like I don't like the danger of, and plus like he's taking a lot of risks. Like I just can't imagine him being very visible.
He definitely likes to keep things hush hush until he's ready to let people know.
But it also means he's very organized, which is like for me, like, he's definitely the right person for the job, because like for me, if I was having to do all that legal work, like, man, I can think of creative solutions. It's like you give me one problem at a time and I'll find the most creative way to do it. But like you give me like a whole bunch of legal things, I have to tie up a whole bunch of loose ends, and no thank you.
Well, that's
he can also just have the vision and then say, okay, to make this vision come to fruition, I need to talk with some good lawyers, and then say, hey, what can I do, dear lawyers? What can I do here? And then they can come, hey, you can do this and this and this. Oh, would it work if this and this and this happened? And then he can build his vision further. So I think, a lot of these, also Elon Musk, I think a lot of these guys have vision, and then they can, what do I need to make this vision come to fruition? Then I need those that can do this that I need to be done.
But my guess about Ryan Cohen is that more than him going to lawyers, I guarantee he had sketched out a lot of things, and he's probably like, all right, here's all my plans. He goes to someone like Carl Icahn's like, are these crazy? Like, would this work? And Carl's like, well, that one won't work. That one will work. That one will definitely work. That one, I'm sure that he had a whole playbook of like all these like ideas of like strategies and stuff.
He must be super intelligent. Like he must have like an IQ like high up there.
So I think that so for me, like I don't believe in IQ the same way as other people believe in it, because like basically you could have a score for each one of the 7. So the one that's typically or classically associated with IQ might be like deconstruction, but it's also associated with autism. So it's not like, just having a high score just in that, right? Like it's good for some things, but you know, but like each one could have, yeah, so you could have your unification IQ, right? Like, and someone's really good at staying in contact with people. Like I'm not. Like I just kind of forget I have friends all the time. It's like they're like, "Oh, I haven't seen you in like this long." It's like, "Oh yeah." Like, sorry, you know.
I agree with what you're saying there because example of that, the founder of Dollar General, you know, a little store that is in every single town.
Yeah.
He actually did not know how to read or write, and he would actually have his son read him his contracts and actually have him write them up. And so it's kind of amazing. You know, the juggernaut is kind of today. You know, it's pretty amazing that the founder was like that. So
That's crazy.
yeah.
Yeah. So I mean, that's the thing is that he probably was, you know, I don't know if initiation or just I don't know if he did it through working hard or just, you know, what it was, but I mean, it's just we have a different skill set, and we shouldn't limit ourselves to that. But like, it's also hard to compare one person to another person. But there is a level of integration, I think. Like how well does someone do all of them? You know, is one factor that maybe could be measured. I don't know how we would measure it, but like we do notice it. I think we do kind of someone stands out when it's like, wow, like you have a lot of dimensions to you that are well developed.
Yeah.
You say that it's kind of funny because I used to actually work with Camping World, and I knew Mark Malonis. He was the CEO at the time, but I never didn't know much about him then. You know, I never heard him speak or anything. So that one, I can't remember if it was a show you guys did or if it was a space call, but hearing him talk, I mean, it just kind of like, whoa, like, this guy is something else. You know, I mean, I see why he runs the way he runs. I mean, yeah, you can hear certain people speak, and you can tell they're either very well bullshit that speaks well, or they speak really well and they're speaking truth to you. You know, and those are the two things you guys kind of just distinguish between, you know, your bad actors and your good actors. So
Yeah, like
Yeah,
my. Oh, go ahead.
yeah, I think that's also one of the things I found very interesting with the Twitter Spaces. Like in the beginning, there was like so many bad actors that was trying to muddy the waters, and the more they muddy the waters, the more they kind of like put a spotlight on their own bad narrative, and then there was like confirmation bias that what we were thinking was the right one. Yeah, I lost my train of thought. I think that was it.
What's interesting is that you like you wouldn't be afraid of I guess difficult conversations if you do like this initiation one over here. That
Well,
it's like
I'm not. Yeah.
when the waters get muddied, those people like it more because it's more interesting and it separates, you know, the people who know what they're doing, the people that don't, the harder it gets. And so sometimes they'll stir it up just so that they can excel more than other people.
So actually, because I like can benefit from it, I'm also more inclined to maybe do mudding the water myself.
And like for you, do you speak other languages? Like what languages do you speak?
Danish
And
and
Danish and English?
sorry,
And besides Danish and English, do you speak any other languages?
ein bisschen Deutsch, aber nicht sehr viele. A little bit
So,
German.
oh yeah, it's like that's the thing. Like those people aren't really scared to like just practice it. You know, like oh yeah, functionally, like I'll just start using
Yeah,
it. I might as well. You know, like
I do. I could call like my German is very bad, but I'm not scared to use it. You know, I've
yeah.
called. Uh, yeah, so I've done a lot of things in German, and I apologize to the poor German people that had to listen to me because I think it's take a lot of bandwidth to know what I was rambling on about. But yeah,
And the thing is that this one, like, I was thinking in the context of, let's see, you're talking about Camping World, and then you're DZ, and then Oh well.
I was talking about Camping World and Mark Malonis, the CEO guy. Never hearing him speak before. And then I heard him on that space call, and just the way he, at least, I can't see, but the body language that he presents himself as, but just hearing, his tone and how he's able to just have a good, flow of words. I mean, he speaks very well. I mean, you can tell but it didn't sound like just what's the word I'm trying to say? Just basically what I'm trying to say is it didn't sound like he was just trying to, because he knows who he's talking to in that space call.
Yeah.
It didn't sound like he was just trying to use, words that sound really nice and, all padded up to make him sound, like he knew what he's talking about.
So that did remind me. So the initiation one, it's the opposite. Not it's not that they're not ethical. It's just like, sometimes people can get lost in the weeds with ethics, right? And definitely not this personality type if they're opposite of it. And like I have a friend that he's a lawyer, actually, and like he loves playing poker. Like it's kind of like the poker player archetype is this one, and like he loves bluffing people. Like he would rather be wrong and then still win than be right and win or lose. Like it's just because he could then it's like his it's just like a game to him. And yeah, so that's like, you hear politicians, like a lot of politicians are this one too, and that's why they can just literally speak out of both sides of their mouth, is because they don't correlate what they're saying with truth.
Donald Trump.
Which one are you pointing at? What color are we looking at?
The orange one, the initiation. So it's each one has lots of strengths and lots of weaknesses. It's just and it depends on whether someone's more abstract or concrete, right? But yeah, I mean, I actually have a friend. I'm going to be doing a show at some point with him. He has a channel that he does socionics. His name is Jack Aaron. His channel is World Socionics. He's actually I showed him my theory, and he's actually really good at typing people with my theory, which is cool. And so he was going through all these different politicians and be like, oh, well, they're that one. And like, oh, they're that one. And it was like, oh, wow, interesting. And yeah, Trump is initiator. So Hillary Clinton was implementer. And then Obama, I think he said was transformation. So
what is Joe Biden?
Obama could speak very well. Despite how you felt about the man, he knew how to speak.
Yeah, because so transformation, it deals with a lot of presentation, like how something's presented, and like, so because it's more regal, I don't know. With Joe Biden, let's see, it's kind of hard because most of what I know about Joe Biden is after he kind of like, I don't want to say went senile, but like
his age is hitting him a little hard right now.
There we go. So I don't really know him before his age started hitting him really hard, but my friend,
you can find videos of him.
Yeah.
Like, and I think he is also number one. He's not afraid of cheating because he told a lot of. Like there's some stories when he was like fresh in mind where he like he tells some stories about what he like grades he got in college or something that wasn't true.
I've seen those.
Yeah,
they debunked them. Yeah, and he said it so well. You would almost have to believe him. But yeah, they debunked him on that one.
I think my friend might have said that he was unification because he had built up so many connections with people. That so he might have initiation as his second one, but I think his first one was like unification because he was leveraging all these different, friendships or something. I'm not really. I'll definitely have to get him on, especially now that like I was hoping to wait just till after MOAS so that like I figure people have more time and care about this more because like right now, most people just want to hear just bed bath,
Well, I think it is very interesting, and I think it's something people should know more about, and also like so they can dissect more of the people in suits they see on TV, so they can make assessment better.
Yeah.
I think
This
it's
is why I
important that we
think.
can.
Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, sorry, DC, I was done.
Um, this is why, because we're talking about mows and whatnot, and you know, you can give. It doesn't matter. You can give somebody, you know. I'm trying to tell a little tale. You can give someone $300 a day. I'm sorry, yeah, $300 a day, and they can live like that for the rest of their lives. I'm sorry, maybe better. You can give someone $500 a day. It's $500 a week. Got $500 a week, and they will max out every single penny of that dollar to their benefit, to their living standards, to their pleasures, to anything they can do, you know. And they will not go broke. They will not get themselves in financial trouble for it. They'll be just fine. At the same time, you can give someone $1 million a year, and they will find themselves being broke or living off credit and whatnot. So we talk about this MOAS, and I think it's very important for people to understand who they are as a person, because you realize that you're a person who does have, let's say instant gratification, or you feel an edge to spend money really easy. I mean, that you can make a lot of money very quick, and it can go very quickly too. Next thing you know, you're having the joke is you get a job at Wendy's, right? So
Good thoughts.
I think,
Can I ask you a
and that's where
question,
I come
DC?
back. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I just thought it opened my mind when you said that. I haven't thought about it. So, which of the sevens are most inclined to lose all the winnings again? Like, who is more risk
Well, it's
willingness? Is that
the
expansion as well?
yeah. The implementation is definitely the last person. Well, implementation and preservation are the last two to lose it. That's for sure. Besides that, I don't actually know. It depends on the person, like how concrete and abstract. But implementation, they probably don't even have a brand new phone. They couldn't even spend the money, even if they have it. They really just can't. They can't do it. And it's like actually bothers me. I'm like, you have the money and you just bought a 3-year-old phone, and you didn't even really save that much money. Like, but then preservation too. They're really good at budgeting, calculation, preparation, salvaging, all that stuff. So those two personality types would be totally fine. I'm sure transformation would kind of. I mean, they probably want to live more of a fancy life, but they would know how to use their money better. So it'd be kind of like a expansion. Yeah, maybe so they're going to be like the lottery ones. They're going to start a business that's going to be crazy, and probably 9 out of 10 will totally miss and they'll lose all their money, and then the 10th one will land and they'll be genius. So those people are either going to be like super wealthy or super poor. And then unification, they're probably going to have a lot of people leeching off of them, and it's going to be really weird. They're probably going to hate having that much money, to be honest, which is really weird, but true. And then deconstruction, I don't know, actually.
I think deconstruction is going to be safe because they will overthink
Probably.
it, and then they'll come to the
Probably, yeah.
conclusion. Yeah.
But they also might have some niche thing. They might like literally buy an electron microscope or something and then be like, oh, maybe I shouldn't have bought that even though I just really wanted it. I don't know. Like, so.
Now we know where you're going to get. Like,
Yeah. So
see,
you're also
you can be a little too. What was the last one he had said? Was it discretion? Was it?
Oh, deconstruction.
Deconstruct. You can have a little bit too much of that, to where you're just kind of sitting on your hands. And I can personally relate to that. Is there's a certain play I was in, and I made good gains. I had a good little bump up, and I just kind of sat on my hands. It's like, okay, I can wait here and sit. It kind of comes down to the, we all talk about diamond hands and never sell and whatnot. Figure out what's important to you.
Yeah.
And where you need to be. Don't by the end of the day, you gotta live, you gotta pay your bills, you gotta enjoy the fruits of what life has to offer, and sometimes just sitting there and not doing anything, it can come back and bite you in the ass. So that's just my my 2 thoughts on it. But
It's true, and that's the sad part is I think that a lot of people, the implementation people, are building everything. I mean, they're the builders, and yet they don't want to just use their money as much, which is kind of interesting.
the founder of Walmart, he actually would drive around an old single cab pickup with no AC in it.
Yeah,
And he was
he's probably
building
that
up
type.
Walmart.
Yep.
Um,
Sweet. Well, I should probably get to bed and probably.
Me too.
But I've really enjoyed this conversation. You guys
this is a
are
great
are
conversation,
awesome.
Michael. This was awesome.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And so is
Yeah.
the chat. Chat's awesome.
Yeah, very enjoyable. Yeah, it was a pleasure talking to you guys, and I wish you a good night.
You
All
too.
right. All right. See you
Have a good
guys.
night,